You ready, I guess?
Yep.
So it's 5:32, and we're calling this regularly scheduled meeting of the Natrona County Planning and Zoning Commission. I'd like to introduce the commission members and the staff. My name's Hal Hutchinson. I'm the chair. Jason Gutierrez, to my second over, is the vice chair. Mr. Matt Mitchell, to my far left, is a board member. Mr. Chad Zeal, to my immediate left, is a board member. And Mr. Robert Grant, here to my immediate right, is a board member. Introducing staff, Trish Chavis is the planner, and Charmaine Reed is a deputy county attorney. A lot of you guys out there, so thanks for making it down here. So this commission is an advisory board of the Natrona County Commissioners. Our decisions are subject to approval, conditional approval, denial, or modification by the Board of County Commissioners. For each application on the agenda, we will hold an official public hearing. The hearings are recorded, and there will be written minutes of this meeting. After the commission holds a public hearing, unless an application is tabled or withdrawn, the Board of County Commissioners will hold another public hearing for the application. Tonight, everyone will have an opportunity to address the commission. First, we'll ask those in favor of the application to come address the commission. Then those opposed to the application may address the commission. And finally, the applicant may give a brief rebuttal. When the chair recognizes you, please come to the podium and clearly state your name and address before giving your comments. You should know that this is not a forum for public outcry or speaking from the audience. You must be recognized by the chair before addressing the commission. If a person's conduct is out of order, the chair may give a person a warning. If the person continues the conduct, or if the conduct is extremely out of order, the person may be directed to leave immediately. And we're certainly not anticipating any of that. So there's a sign-up sheet I know many of you saw as you walked in, but if you did not sign, please get your name on the sign-up sheet at the back of the room, please. And lastly, again, thanks for all you folks for showing up. A lot of interest in our agenda tonight, apparently. So recognize the amount of folks we have here in the audience and the potential that many of you will want to come speak. We're going to have to limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. And also kind of track what folks are saying before you so that we don't have redundancy. So if someone says something before you, let's not take the time to repeat it, please. All right. So the first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next order of business is consideration of the May 11th, 2021 meeting minutes. The chair would entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes as prepared. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Minutes are approved. Item number 3 on the agenda is a request to subdivide a 35.3 35.66 acre parcel of land into 7 lots, approximately 5 acres each, between Archery Range Road and K2 Road. That's PS 21-002. So do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is an application by Camille Lamont, and this application is considered a major subdivision. The proposed subdivision is located between Archery Range Road and K2 Road, and the property and all surrounding properties are zoned Mountain Residential 2. Here is where I took the subdivision and just kind of overlaid it onto the parcels and the road so that you could see its location. So a little bit of background, I'm sure you guys probably remember, but this went before the Planning Commission and then proceeded to the Board of County Commissioners, where it was tabled until the applicant could get together with Casper Mountain Fire and have them take a look at the application. And then they were going to look at the status again of Jackson Canyon Road. Once the Board of County Commissioners heard the application at their May 4th meeting, there were some changes that were made to the access roads in the subdivision, which constituted a new subdivision by our regulations. So they remanded the application back to the Planning Commission to review this new subdivision. So this application has been updated to be PS 21-002. Staff did resend out adjacent neighbor letters and put the new advertisement in the paper and processed it as a new subdivision. The applicant is proposing to realign Jackson Canyon Road through lots 5 and 6, and then it heads north up through lot 4 where it meets up with Archery Range Road. This route had been chosen carefully. They went up there, walked the property, found the areas that would be best suited for this road and where it would actually be feasible to build a road. Getting into our criteria for approval, is the subdivision consistent with the development plan and the zoning resolution? Proposed finding of fact, the proposed subdivision generally complies with the 2004 Casper Mountain Land Use Plan. The lots will be low-density residential with 1 unit per 5 acres, and the health standards for sewage and water quality have been met. Is the subdivision in conformance with the general provisions and the subdivision design standards? The new alignment of Jackson Canyon Road separates a small portion of Lot 5. The applicant has applied for an exception to allow this split based on the topography of the land. And again, this goes back to that topography and where it's going to be best suited to build that road, and it does cut off just a small corner. The exception is allowed if approved by the BOCC and not detrimental to the public goals established in the development plan, the subdivision regulations, or the zoning resolution. Staff's proposed finding of fact, this subdivision has been processed in accordance with the applicable general provisions and subdivision design standards. An exception has been applied for to address Jackson Canyon Road, splitting that southern corner of Lot 5. Has the applicant provided evidence that a sufficient water supply system and sewer disposal system will comply with state and local laws and regulations? The applicant did do the Chapter 23 through DEQ. It was approved and provided with a non-adverse recommendation for both the water and the sewer. And in this case, it would be septic systems on site. Necessary services are available to serve the proposed subdivision. The applicant has met on site with Casper Mountain Fire Department, and Chief Evers has supplied a new letter stating that they are okay with the subdivision the way it is, and that is based off that new proposal also. Does the subdivision appear to be compatible with the surrounding area, not detrimental to the future development of the area, and not detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the area and the county? The proposed finding of fact, the proposed subdivision will not be detrimental to the surrounding area, as the uses will be low-density residential and compatible with the surrounding area. Public comment, notifications were sent out to 29 property owners, and that was with this most recent application. There were no new comments received. The comments from the previous subdivision application, there were concerns with the secondary ingress and egress not being there, the road not being dedicated to the public, and then Casper Mountain Fire review. Staff would propose a motion and vote to recommend approval of this subdivision by the Board of County Commissioners, and also including that exception for that Lot 5. And that's the end of the staff report.
Thank you, Trish.
Mhm.
Any questions for staff? Jason?
Mr. Chairman, Trish, on the plat here, there is, looks like, is it 3 different roads? We have the realigned Jackson Canyon Road, and then up above, there's a short piece of road with a cul-de-sac at the end. Is that, which road is that one? Is it, you mentioned in the staff report, there's two named roads, Thetford and is it Salamander Street?
And that was a typo in my staff report. I did not get that removed. Thetford and Salamander were on the previous plat,
Okay.
and so I missed that part, and it was too late by the time I caught it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to refer to it
Yes.
correctly. This little, the little chunk of the road with the cul-de-sac, how is it accessed?
Off of Archery Range Road.
And so who builds that portion to make that connection? Does each lot owner then construct their road across the BLM piece then?
It'll come in off of the current Jackson Canyon access. That's the line, I think it's a dotted line on that plat that shows connection to the Jackson Canyon Road. So it'll meet right there, and then it'll head north to those northern lots.
Thank you.
These roads are not a county road?
The cul-de-sac portion is not a county road. That's going to be an interior subdivision. The applicant is proposing that the Jackson Canyon Road be realigned to that lots 4, 5, and 6, where it's that purple line on there. So it would be realigned to that location.
But it still wouldn't be a county road?
That I would,
Where's the responsibility lie on maintaining it then?
the applicant would be maintaining it if it's not a county road.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes, Jason?
That little piece of road we referring to, is it dedicated to the public then, or is it a private road?
The piece that connects from that cul-de-sac over to Archery Range,
Yeah, the highlighted in the, this here, you think?
so I think on the plat that is private,
Be a private road?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm going to turn the volume up. We have the applicant on the phone as well.
So I have a couple questions for
Okay.
of my own. The farthest east, or west, I'm sorry, on Lot 7, all the way to the far south, K2 Road cuts across the corner.
Yes.
So we actually have two situations where a public roadway bisects a lot instead of one.
That would be correct.
Okay. So we're going to have to take that into consideration. I know that a variance has been requested for Lot 5, but there's another detail there as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and I would like to point out too that portion that you're talking about where he's dedicating a 60-foot public right-of-way for K2 Road, that's in existence, so he's actually dedicating it as part of the subdivision, because it had not been previously dedicated to the public. So just a note on that one.
And I, like Jason, am curious about that little section of Jackson Canyon Road that between Archery Range Road and the cul-de-sac road. Is it improved now? Is it more than a two-track?
It is my understanding that that portion is usable, yes. We have the applicant and
Okay.
others who can also correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Anything else for staff? Thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right. So this is to call public hearing open for consideration of PS 21-002, and that's the request to subdivide a 35.66 acre parcel into 7 lots, approximately 5 acres each, between R2 Range Road and K-True Road. So, for starters, anyone wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward. Give us your name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I am Keith Nakbar, attorney at law, 123 West First Street, Suite 205, Casper, Wyoming, 82601. I am here representing Turwai and Camille Lamont, who is the applicant in this case. Regretfully, Mr. Lamont had to be out of state this evening, and he could not attend this evening, but I believe he may be on the phone. I would like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal, as Mr. Chairman suggested, after we receive any comments. I would ask, on behalf of Mr. Lamont, that the Planning Commission approve the subdivision application that's before you as revised, and as recommended by county staff and the county planner. Mr. Lamont, the applicant, has revised the plan substantially to address the concerns that were raised in the previous submission, both here and at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. I would note that the most significant change is this rerouting of Jackson Canyon Road, and also, importantly, dedication of that road by the applicant to the public. And I think that those two things mean that the public benefits substantially from this application and its approval. There has been some arguments back and forth regarding Jackson Canyon Road and whether that is in fact a dedicated public road. We have not found any record of that road having been established in the land records of the county. That road consequently could have been shut off, and some of that road remains to this day somewhat impassable. And as you can see from the drawing there, actually it says unknown, but I think that really is Jackson Canyon Road. And that winds through lots 3, 4, 5, and 6, kind of right through the middle of several of those lots. It has been rerouted in this proposal largely along the boundary of lots 5 and 6 there, where it slants down to the southwest, and then cuts that corner off, as was discussed by staff, to avoid some steep terrain down at the intersection of lots 5 and 6 and the southwest boundary of the subdivision. Then, after making that cutoff, it turns up to the, I guess that's the northwest, follows along that southern edge of 5 and 4 to meet Archery Range Road at the intersection of the southwest corner of lots 3 and 4. And that routing of this road avoids several things. One is it avoids cutting lots, I believe it's, let's see here. It avoids cutting lots 5 and 4 and 3 roughly in half. It also avoids some steep terrain. It also minimizes deforestation of that area. The best point, I think, for the county and the community is that if this subdivision is approved as proposed here, then Jackson Canyon Road, as it runs through this subdivision, will indeed, the best point is, or the best news is that if this is approved, Jackson Canyon Road will be dedicated to the public to the extent that it crosses through this subdivision. So I, in fact, was just talking with Eric Nelson, county attorney, about, the status of Jackson Canyon Road and what they found. And truthfully, I think it is very debatable as to whether Jackson Canyon Road was actually ever dedicated to the public through this portion where it's in the subdivision. But that's an issue we don't have to worry about. If this is approved, it becomes dedicated to the public by virtue of this subdivision.
Mr. Nackbar, that was your 3 minutes, so you're going to have to hurry this up, please.
Okay, I'll try to get through this quickly. So a road that probably did not legally exist will now have the certainty of public dedication. These are 5-acre parcels. I believe these will stand out as larger than many parcels with homes in the area, particularly up there in the mineralized mountain home sites where you can see there are some very small lots there. These are larger lots. We believe that people in the area will benefit from this presumably larger lots and presumably larger and more expensive homes in the area. Jackson Canyon Road's present path will be maintained as a 2-track road for power line access, fire access, and emergency, not access to the public, but it will be available to be used in the event of an emergency. The fire department has unequivocally approved this specific plan. Exhibit A9, which is, I believe, in your packet, shows there are numerous accesses from all sides for fire access in this case. The wells are marked on the map, the subdivision map that you have. With regard to, there's one final point I want to make. With regard to, there was a requirement last time this subdivision went through this commission that there be an improvement in service district. We are asking that you not impose that condition in this case. Historically, it seems that that has not been required as a condition for subdivision approval. I saw that Heather Duncan Malone, the applicant's prior attorney, told the commissioners at the Board of County Commissioners meeting that she looked at the last 7 subdivisions, none of which had that as a requirement. Chapter 5 of the update 2004 of the Mountain Use Plan says roads will be publicly dedicated and privately maintained. With 7 lots, we don't see the need to create another quasi-governmental entity just to maintain these short sections of road for these lots. We think private citizens can most effectively maintain those roads. So what you have before you is a nice-sized subdivision which will enhance the community, consistent with the Mountain Use Plan, consistent with the subdivision regulations. We believe we've addressed all of the legitimate substantive objections to the prior proposal that were raised both here and at the county commissioners, and now it has again received a staff recommendation of due pass. Thank you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from Mr. Nackbar? Jason?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nackbar, on the Lot 5, we've discussed how Jackson Canyon Road, it is best placed where it is there, and that in fact severs about a half an acre off of Lot 5. Was there any thought pattern to including that half acre onto Lot 6 and then evenly dividing that into 5-acre lots for lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
I don't think that was really considered. I think the problem would be, and I'm not sure I quite understand what you're suggesting, but I think the problem would be if you took off that half acre, you might end up with less than 5 acres, or are you suggesting some other way to resolve that?
No, I think when you sum up, Lot 5 would be 4.5 acres, Lot 4 would be 5, Lot 3 is 5, Lot 2 is 5.01, and then Lot 1 is 5.49. So you have exactly 20 acres that could be divided equally, and then you wouldn't need the variance because you wouldn't be severing a lot with the road.
Okay. That is not something we had previously considered, but it certainly could be something considered.
And if I might just, this little piece of Lot 7, it's a small enough piece there, but I read your letter, and your letter didn't address Lot 7 and that little sliver on the far east end.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I agree with you. You pointed out a good point there, and I think we would need to probably revise our request for an exception to deal with that particular issue at that corner of Lot 7. We were so focused on how to route this Jackson Canyon Road and the history of that I think we kind of lost sight of that
Okay,
little
thank you.
corner.
Any other questions for Mr. Nakbar?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. So the K2 road, that's not changing location. That's the current way people access those properties. Is that correct? Like the people that have properties north of there?
Well, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, if I understand your question correctly, the answer is yes, KTWO Road will not be moved, but it looks like KTWO Road is going to be dedicated to the extent that it passes through that portion of the subdivision down in that little corner of Lot 7.
My memory, but I think that's the way they currently access it, right? Those properties up north?
I came in off Micro Road, I don't know.
Okay. I seem to remember that discussion, so I was just curious as to.
Trish may know.
I don't think I quite understand your question.
So I think the discussion before, and I don't want to get too much into this, but there was Jackson Canyon Road, and it's kind of pretty rough, at least currently, to get through it. But my understanding is when the people before came and had concerns about it, is they were accessing through K2, and they were concerned about losing the access through that, right? I mean, I'm trying to remember what we talked about.
The portion that I think you're referring to is the section that leaves K2 and runs west through here. Previously, the subdivision's road went interior along this, but he had it dedicated to private use. So what he's doing now is keeping, this will still remain, but then building an extension that goes out that direction, so it's actually benefiting those landowners. And then that access did run all the way down here, so it went interior. Is that?
I was just trying to remember how they access the property.
That's what I recall as well. Any other questions for Mr. Nakbar? Mr. Nakbar, I do have. So, I believe according to your letter, there's been no record found of Jackson Canyon Road. However, it may have been there, so for the purpose of the plat, you provide an alignment through the subdivision for Jackson Canyon Road. But that little section between Archery Range Road and the cul-de-sac road, if it's not there, if Jackson Canyon is indeed not there and the neighboring property wants to argue the deal and prevails, what do you do how do you make access to your northern lots?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think I can address that very quickly. That little triangle between Archery Range Road and the subdivision and the cul-de-sac road is BLM land.
Okay.
So that portion of Jackson Canyon Road was taken care of by a 1980 resolution where the federal government basically turned roads that existed at the time over to the county. So that particular portion is addressed.
Okay.
So what's not addressed is the part that goes through the subdivision, which was privately owned at that time. So obviously, the federal government can't give away land or roads that are on private property.
Thank you for clearing up that detail.
Sure.
That's excellent. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nakbar. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward.
Evening. John Bryson, JKC Engineering, represent the client. Address is 111 West Second Street, Casper. I've been working on this project since 2019, and we've presented it, multiple times to the planning office. We've been delayed because of the issue about Jackson Canyon Road, which still seemed to be unresolved. But after working with Mr. Lamont on finding an alternate route, I think that we've kind of addressed a lot of concerns about not only public access, but fire access and that. So the proposed route actually follows a better route than what exists today. It avoids washouts and perpetually wet soils and other terrain features. So I had a recent conversation with Mr. Lamont where he expressed his gratitude to Tracy Lamont and Andrew Schneider, which I know you probably have all heard from. He complimented them on their efforts to provide a history of Jackson Canyon Road. As an avid hunter and outdoorsman, he is very interested in regaining access to the 3,500 acres of public land that were once accessed by this historic route, but are now currently inaccessible west of Micro Tower due to public or private landowners blocking public access. And I agree with him. I see a benefit in further researching this route, not only for recreation, but also for fire safety. As it is, everybody west of Casper Mountain Road currently has no other option but to go east in the case of an emergency. There's no exit on the west end. And I think it would be a benefit for the public and as a whole, and hopefully the county would participate in that. Regarding the application, and I guess you've probably heard most of this already from Mr. Nakbar and from staff. We are providing a public right-of-way for K2 Road, which doesn't exist at this time, and it's centered on the road that exists. And there's no change to it, just to ensure that there's continued access to the south for all the landowners that currently use it. And then, of course, providing an altered route for Jackson Canyon Road to be dedicated as a public right-of-way. And as I said, it's significantly better than what exists today for not only fire access, but for the general public. And we have met with Chief Evers of the Casper Mountain Fire District, and she has indicated her support in writing to our new plan and our plans for fire access and egress. So I guess I urge you all to vote in favor of moving this application forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any questions? Thank you.
If there's anybody on the public line, can I ask you to please mute your phones until it's time to speak? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Amy Gerlach, 502 East Magnolia, Casper, 82604. I'm here as a friend and supporter of Camille Lamont. Camille has gone above and beyond all reasonable measures to address all of the concerns that the commissioners have had, that the fire department's had, that certain members of this particular board have had, neighbors have had, dog walkers, bicyclists, snowmobilers, the DEQ, and the public health department. He's addressed those above and beyond all reasonable measures. He's bent over backwards to address all of the concerns where the subdivision is concerned. This process of application and approval has been unreasonably delayed because the authorities have allowed the emotions of individual people to rule in place of factual and concrete information. For example, Jackson Canyon Road. If it was a public right-of-way that the neighbors want it to be, surely there would be evidence to support that. Everybody has dug and dug and dug, and they have not found that. There's no such evidence, but still we spend a good portion of our time talking about the emotional connection that so many have to that road. This is one example of a handful of things that's being considered or debated amongst the people here. I want to encourage each of you and the county commissioners to stick to the facts, acknowledge the effort that this applicant has made to address each and every concern thrown at him, and approve this project. He has, in good faith, developed a plan that doesn't deny the neighbors their access that they've always had. It gives the fire department multiple roads of use in case it becomes necessary. It maintains the integrity of the mountain both visually and ecologically. It protects the privacy of all the future owners of those lots. Thank you for staying the course and hearing this once again. I see no reason why this shouldn't go through and go through the commissioners at their next meeting. I wanted to take a little extra time to address a couple notes just on the people that spoke before me. The ISD debate or discussion, as opposed to having an HOA up there, it was stated by staff at the last county commissioner meeting that 90% of the time those ISDs don't work. I live on a county road and ISDs do not work. An HOA not only takes the pressure off of the county to maintain or improve or whatever they want to do to those roads, it puts all of that onto the owners. Whether it be an HOA organized or whether it be agreement amongst neighbors. The way that those roads up on the mountain are maintained right now are by the neighbors. People take care of their own business, and they're roads that are in the county, and everybody does what needs to be done to maintain the roads. That's all I have.
Any questions for Ms. Gerlach? Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, the county commission members. My name is Jerry Danzig. I am a physician, psychiatrist, and I'm here to say a few words about my support for the subdivision. I want to focus a little bit more on the person of the, who is asking for the subdivision, because I know Camille Lemon personally. And the major reason why I'm here is because I'm tired of this subdivision not to be approved, since I was, in October last year, I went to Kenya and I was hoping the subdivision will be approved for various reasons, because I saw Camille putting so much effort into it, and then, you know, he kind of touched on this issue a few times when we talked when I was abroad, and what seemed to be really surprisingly obvious is that many of the public comments were more than legitimate, but some of the objections touched on personal. And so I wanted to say a few words about him as a person so we can get it out of the way. Camille, as much as I am a physician, he's in a profession that helps other people. And I'm in a profession that pretty much reads people's mind and understands people. So I can say without any hesitation that I know Camille better than most. And even though he can be painted in an egg because he's very much detail-oriented person, and he's kind of an artist when it comes to his trade, he's one of the most generous and giving people that I've met in my life. And he loves this mountain. He loves Casper community. He gave a lot. And he went out of the way to help people all over the world. He helped on his own dime suffering children in Haiti. He helped people on his own dime in Guatemala. And to see some members of public personally attacking him is very painful, especially, you know, when I heard the last words of the plea of allegiance, the liberty of justice for all. I hope that he can get it too. I don't want to name any names, but you know, even him being called communist is sad and comical at the same time. Both me and Kamil were participating in a revolution called Velvet Revolution in Czech Republic that took communists away from power without losing a life. And so, calling him a communist is absurd, but also it reveals certain xenophobic tendencies, perhaps not in everybody, but in some members of community, and that's pretty sad. So for those of the people who don't know what communism is, using the private land access for public is really a communistic principle by itself. But suffice to say, Kamil is not a communist. He's a good person, and he's a great member of this community, and I would like you to, this time, approve his plea to get the subdivision done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danzig. Any questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward. Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application, please come forward.
Yes, my name is Jim Campbell, and I live at 9159 Klein Drive on the mountain. I'm the neighbor of Camille right to the north there. I guess my question is, out of the lots 1, 2, and 3, where is the fire access plan? That was one of the big things I know that it was kicked back to y'all for. I see you have Klein Drive showing it's coming in on the lot number 1 up there. And I don't know if, there seems to be a misconception here that Klein Drive is a public access road. It is public access for about a third of the way to the blacktop, and then it's private road from there out. I have copies of the plats here if you would like, if you would like to see those. There are designated roads on the plat. Some of them don't exist, never did exist, and the ones that do exist are not navigable by a car, a four-wheeler or whatever. The good road that's in there is a private driveway going about 2/3 of the way up that road. So if that is planned fire access, it's going across private land. I don't have a problem with them crossing private land. With that, another owner who owns a section of that private land in there where that Klein Drive is, if that's considered, I guess, is that considered fire access out the north? Does anybody know what the fire, because I know that was one of the things, what is the fire access out the north of that subdivision?
Out the end of that cul-de-sac road?
Say,
is it?
like lot number 1, 2, and 3, where is the fire access out that end? If the fire's coming in from the south, where are they getting out to the north?
Mr. Campbell, I hear your question, and I have a deal here from the Casper Mountain Fire District that maybe I'll just read it to you. It's quite short. I am more than assured the Casper Mountain Fire Department, as well as any first responders agency, will have access to all the lots so we can assure the safety and everyone involved. Mr. Lindman has been very accommodating to our needs and has assured me he will continue to work with me if anything arises in the future. Because Mr. Lindman has been accommodating, I have no concerns. I may not be able to attend the BOCC meeting due to training on Tuesdays. I will be able to be reached by phone, however, and the phone number is Lisa Evers.
I guess my question is if Klein Drive, which it shows coming in lot 1, if that is considered to be fire access to the north, a portion of that is public road, but 2/3 of that is a private driveway. And there hasn't been anybody talking with the landowners of that, and I know that that was one of the big things that was kicked back to the planning commission was for fire access. So I'd like to see that cleared up. If that's considered to be fire access out the north, is what are they I mean, it's my private driveway.
Your question is noted.
I have a copy of this, if you'd like to.
Sure. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Campbell?
Can you point to does your property show on the map?
Yes. If you look at Klein Drive up here, where Klein Drive comes into number one, my property, that property line is my property right there. Now, part of that is Jorgensen's property there. Ricky Way, that doesn't even exist. It's on the plat, it doesn't even exist. Klein Drive goes down the center of that, and then it gets down there just past this last lot you're showing here, and it splits and goes north and west, up the hill and out. The part that goes to the right or to the east on there doesn't even exist. The road that it shows on that, what I just gave you, that goes out to the west up there, I challenge you to get up that road in a vehicle. The main road that goes in there is a really good road maintained by the property owners, but it is a private driveway to that reservoir, to that spot right there. So if it's being considered as fire access, it needs to be, the landowners need to be, that own that private driveway, probably need to be contacted, see if we can't work something out.
Just for clarification, Klein Drive, is that the cul-de-sac road? Is that what they're
No.
calling that?
No. That Klein Drive comes into that, and there's a two-track that goes on the end of that Klein Drive and goes really right up his property line.
Oh, I see Klein up on the far north.
And also just to mention that the unknown road here, where Jackson Canyon Road that we're calling unknown right now, there's a rope across lot number 3 and across lot number 6 where access has been declined to that road. It's closed down.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward.
I just wanted to go next because my point is very relevant to his, and I'm actually his adjacent landowner. My name's Christy Jorgensen. I own 18 acres adjacent to Camille's property. My address is 2222 Crescent Avenue, Casper, Wyoming, 82604. I grew up on the mountain. I've been climbing around this whole plot for 20 years, so I know it pretty well. First, I'd like to say there has been new comments that keeps being brought up on the PowerPoint. My sister actually emailed Trish since the last meeting. We never got our first notice, or we would have been here previously. So there has been new comments. We actually have hired an attorney in Laramie. His name is Ezekiel Dennison. Trish has his information. He actually found that, I won't go into this too much, but he actually found that, in fact, Jackson Canyon Road is an inventoried road in the Casper Mountain Land Use Plan. The open nature of the road has never been abandoned or questioned until the recent proposal of the Mountain Acres subdivision. Adjudicating Jackson Canyon Road as a public county road is the appropriate action. Obviously, you guys have already addressed that, and he's rerouting it. I just wanted to reiterate something that our attorney actually found that was contrary to what has been said. But to compound on Mr. Campbell's comment, Klein Road actually follows through and joins up with Jackson Canyon Road, is what he was explaining. So it comes through lots 1 and 2, Klein Drive, and it goes a little bit into the BLM land, that little chunk you see off to the right of plots 2 and 3, and then it joins up with Jackson Canyon Road as it stands right now. And that has always been a fire access point for the whole mineralized, the Mountain Homes mineralized subdivision where Casey Klein and Mr. Campbell lives. That's also our point of second fire access in our adjacent lot that we've always used. We've actually, if I can read this part of what our lawyer prepared for us, one of the things that hasn't been said at all yet is what Mr. Campbell said briefly, is that why is the road, Klein Drive, was found to be public by our attorney as well. But it seems like a double standard that Klein Drive would be public in the Mountain Homes mineralized subdivision, but that as soon as, now that this is subdivided, shouldn't Klein Road also be public and follow the same rule that all subdivision roads are public but privately maintained? So there's a double standard going on where in the Mountain Homes mineralized subdivision, Klein Drive is considered public. So should that rule not also follow into the new Mountain Acres subdivision to also keep Klein Road public? To me, that was a huge point that we found that hadn't been addressed yet. Klein Drive is also a public use road through the Mountain Homes mineralized subdivision plat. Klein Drive runs from Hogadon Road through a corner of our property and continues through the Mountain Acres subdivision lots 1 and 2, meeting with Jackson Canyon Road. Per the CMLU plan of 2004, all subdivision roads are dedicated to public use. As I was saying, since we have been using Jackson Canyon Road and a 2-track branching off of it, roughly where Lot 3 is going to be, as our only year-round access point for over 70 years as original homesteaded owners up there, this new subdivision blocks our access to this route now. We now have to consider Klein Drive to reach this part of our land. And we want Klein Drive open through from Hogadon Road to Jackson Canyon Road for fire services and emergency access, compounding on what Mr. Campbell said. As an emergency evacuation route for our neighbors in the mineralized Mountain Home subdivision, and to protect existing roads that would be for public use. The Camp Fire, California fire was a good example of this. In fact, 86 people died in the deadliest fire there.
Ms. Jorgensen, that was your 3 minutes, so you'll have to
Okay.
wrap it up quickly, please.
Well, compounding on what he said, the original plot that we saw shows that what he was saying, that actually is one of Camille's original fire access points, and you said that's already been satisfied by the fire department. But I have been blocked. Our land actually has been blocked to address what the young woman said, that nobody's been affected by this. We've been landlocked into using something that isn't even accessible to meet up with Klein Drive. But also, we would be blocked from any type of fire services. As it stands right now, a fire truck could come from Archery Range down Jackson Canyon Road and through Klein Drive to access our property. And if that was shut off, we actually, our whole 18 acres right there wouldn't have accessible access for a fire truck. So there are people being left behind. I don't know how Casper Fire Department approved that, because there are people that are being landlocked in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Jorgensen? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Hello, my name is Shannon Dean, and I live at 1601 West 27th Street in Casper. And I'm not completely opposed to this, but my father passed away last year. My mother inherited some property near there. We got a letter. My sister takes care of it. She lives in Huntington Beach, California, so I just found out about a little bit of this new road. And so we're concerned that it may be right in front of the cabin that we own. So I apologize that we don't know too much about this. I'd just like to find out more.
Okay, so do you identify your property on the screen?
We're off of Micro Road, and I don't see Micro Road on there. We're Lot 0 is, and I think we might even have more lots 1 and 2. I'm not sure.
Micro Road is the far left-hand top corner.
Okay.
That little road that just does a little
And so-
eyebrow-looking thing.
Okay, like I said, I'm not sure if it goes right in front of our property. We're near the Casper Mountain Science School. So I'm just not sure if that goes, the new road that they propose goes on our property or right in front. I would have to talk to somebody about that. So I just want to express our concerns and see if we could table this to a longer time so we could have more time to find out if we're affected at all.
Yeah, so as I understand it, Trish, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no road plan that's not on the applicant's existing property.
The letter we got said we're adjacent to it. So I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of information. I apologize.
So there would be no new road across anyone's property other than the guy that's applying for the subdivision here.
Okay, and could you tell me where with the new subdivisions, where cabins would be built? I mean, because I'm assuming that's going to happen for for people to buy the lots to build cabins? Is that correct? Or we don't know?
They're going to be residential lots, yes, one cabin for each of the 5-acre lots, so they would have the ability to build their cabin anywhere on that 5 acres.
Okay.
Subject to setbacks and septic systems and things like that.
Okay. Well, if I could I need to maybe talk with one of the attorneys or something to find out some more information, but we're just ill-prepared, and I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dean? Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
Tracy Lamont, 9855 Crimson Dawn Road. I'm 50-50 here. I'm in support of the subdivision, but not in the present situation. I'll point out to you why. Trish, I got a question. How come we didn't go through all of the overviews, all the attachments that are part of you guys' package? That'll answer these people's fire access question. Is there a reason why we're not showing those tonight? You know, all the addendums that are, are on your webpage?
They're part of the commissioner's packets.
On it, so the public doesn't get to see those unless they go into the agenda? You have those right there. You can bring them up, can't you?
They're not in my PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. That's would have solved a lot of people's questions here. Every time I've ever sat through one of these hearings, it's presentations, you guys, it has all of the attachments, each and every one of them. I know you got them in your book. I can see you there looking at them right now.
Tracy, you talking about the email you sent here a couple weeks ago?
Pardon?
Are you speaking about the email you sent a couple weeks ago?
No, not at all. I'm talking about the attachments that you have for your packet here tonight that involve all of PS 21-002. You've got a whole herd of attachments, and they usually go through those in their presentation. Trish does, or Jason did in the past. Is there a reason why we're holding back on those tonight?
I don't
Just a
think we're holding
question.
back on anything.
Not at all.
No?
You don't have an overview you can show us of the fire accesses out of there? This is the only thing you have in there tonight?
That's all that I have in my PowerPoint, yes.
On it, Charmaine's got one she's looking at right there at the top.
Those were part of the documents that were supplied by the applicant, yes.
And
They were part of our
usually you go through all of those in your presentation, so out of consistency, I don't understand why tonight, but enough for that. Let me get on with my questions here. I'm going to point out something to you real quick.
Sure.
This road right here, I'll get back, there's a little section here that belongs to the Reed family, and you got this section here that belongs to Dad, White, and his wife, but Gary Lever controls the access on that, and there is no public access across that. So there is no public access to lot number 7. So if I were to buy lot number 7 and somebody decided to shut that road down, that segment, I'm out of luck getting to my property
You're speaking of Lot 7 for the proposed subdivision.
for Mountain Acre subdivision on it. So that's issue number 1 on
So
them.
just so that I understand, K2 Road cuts across the corner.
No, let me go back there. That's why I'm asking for the other overlay. This is not Jackson Canyon Road here. Jackson Canyon Road is going to be goes up and turns into K2 Road. K2 Road access, easements are on the Jackson Canyon Road, original easements on them. So
Tracy, I guess I'm seeing K2 Road being the access to Lot 7.
K2 Road is a private road right where it makes the corner and comes across that unknown road. There is no public access to lot number 7 as of now. So if Mrs. Judy Reed decided to shut that road down right there, she can shut everybody else off to the south, including lot number 7. Are we on the same page?
You're bringing new stuff that I haven't heard before.
Okay, I assumed that, so I'm not trying to be a pain in your butt here, okay? As far as lot splitting, I think you need to throw that rule out of the zoning rules and regulations, because you've already broke that when you did Antler Ridge simple subdivision. You split Star Wallow lot right in two, that you mandated those people to have to run the roads down the lot lines on them. So if we're gonna start making exceptions, and we're making 2 right here, and you brought up a good point with a little sliver coming across the corner there, we got 2 lots being split. So if we're gonna make an exception, why don't we just get rid of the rule? Am I making sense?
You are, but there are topographic considerations to take into account as well,
Okay,
Tracy.
I understand, the bureaucracy is what it is, so, but where we're splitting the lot there, it'd be pretty simple to do, just cut it back to 6 lots and make the lots bigger, and then you wouldn't be splitting a lot. Jason, you were on the path to that by shrinking the lot, but you can actually make 6 lots and make them all bigger, and you're not splitting any of them. Just adjust the lots accordingly. Are you tracking with me? But then you brought up a good point, and Camille, bless his heart, he did give to the public the sliver of road coming across the corner, and I really appreciate him coming to the party to dedicating the Jackson Canyon Road right away as a public road through the subdivision on them. But that brings me to the Casper Mountain Land Plan. There's 8 policies in there. It's not a plan, they're policies, and a policy is a rule, and a rule is a regulation. That was my email.
I read it.
So I appreciate that on it. And, you know, we've massaged.
Tracy, we're going to wrap it up here pretty quick. Your
Okay,
3
we've
minutes was like 2
massaged
minutes ago.
We've massaged the land plan to death, but those need to be met, and we have a 5-acre minimum, and we have to dedicate all the roads to the public. So that brings me to the Covisac Road needs to be dedicated to the public as well. It can't be a private road. If you're going to ask me to do that in the subdivision I'm going to put together one of these days, then you're going to tell me I've got to have all the roads to be dedicated to the public, and we all got to play by the same rules, fair and consistently. Last but not least, the BLM parcel is landlocked. There is no road to it. So, hang on just 1 second. Al, I appreciate you putting up with me. And the fire access, you already heard about that from the neighbors. That's it. I got it all done.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Hal.
Any questions for Mr. Lamont?
Welcome to new members to the board.
That K2 road, I believe, going to the south,
K2 Road,
going the other direction?
no, that's where the dispute's been.
Does it end in lot 7?
It ends right here. Well, it sweeps, okay? K2 Road was actually Jackson Canyon Road. It swept this way right here,
Right.
okay? Everything in this direction, with the exception of what Camille's throwing on the pot here, is all private.
Even on the other side of lot 7?
So there could be issues down the road for other subdivisions, and that's why you have in your policies, if it makes good sense to run a road down to the lot line and dead end it in case somebody else develops behind you, you don't landlock them out. So good question. Any other?
Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Andrew Schneider, 8711 Everett Lane. My comments, I'm for the subdivision moving forward, but there still are some concerns about access. And I can't fault the developer for that. I think it's really in the county's hands. Tracy, myself, County Attorney Eric Nelson have been diligently trying to get information out of the BLM that was apparently lost in the county records that would answer some of these questions. So I understand what was being said about, is it, isn't a road, et cetera. It's still an open question on Jackson Canyon Road. And these other folks are bringing up new concerns that I don't think have been addressed in the previous application, because previously there would have been a road that went up into Lot 1 from where Jackson Canyon enters. So that wouldn't have landlocked the Jorgensens out. But like I say, I think, once we can address all of these access issues, I think this will be a great addition to the mountain. I think the subdivision should go forward. I really want to commend Camille for having John Bryson being incredibly available to the neighbors for meeting. I've had the pleasure of having 2 beers with him and chatting through all this. It's really unfortunate that there were some xenophobic Facebook posts made and comments about character and all that. And I just want to represent that nobody here has hard feelings towards the neighbors. I think it just needs to be done right. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Snyder? You mentioned your access, so everything that you're aware of access concern, you've heard already tonight, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to PS 21-002? Seeing none, call an end to the public hearing, and it's time for discussion amongst the commissioners here. Matt?
So I guess on the statement of facts, access to the property, is there any different conclusion that you got after hearing the concerns? Because it sounds like the fire chief signed off on it. I assume he looked at the plan,
She?
or she?
Yeah.
The chief did review the subdivision that's before you tonight. They've looked at access. They've also met with the applicant and the surveyors on site, walked the property, and that's how she came to the determination of approving that subdivision, yes.
Mr. Zeal?
Seems to me on Lot 5, that between 5 and 6 where the road splits it, if that's, I don't see why they would have to do a variance on that road because it's still private road, public access. The road is still part of that 5-acre lot. I don't see why they would have to do a variance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's going to be considered a public road. Jackson Canyon, that rerouting is considered public. Jason brought up a good point there.
That's what I understand, yeah.
So if it's public road, who owns it? Who maintains it? That's my question. Or how do you get somebody to maintain it?
That gets into the realm of the improvement of service district. Questions, Jason? Comments?
I acknowledge all the hard work that's been put into this by the applicant. I think it's an improvement over the last application we saw. And I'm I acknowledge that improvement. However, I still see a couple access issues when we start looking at the north portion of this subdivision, and I don't know if Tracy's comments, if anyone looked, if the balance of K2 Road is in fact a private road, and if it is, that would create an access issue for Lot 7. I go back to the Casper Mountain Land Plan, and it does say all roads shall be public. And so that's my hang-ups on it. I think they've made drastic improvements and are headed in the right direction. Still just the access and the fact that cul-de-sac road's not dedicated to the public catches me odd.
Thank you, Jason. Robert, any? No comment.
Looks like they need to do a little more work on the Klein Road that Mr. Campbell pointed out. There's some issues there, it sounds like, too.
So my perspective on the situation is, we met in March, I guess, on the original application, and I think we had 5 different special conditions that came from the commissioners here to go to the BOCC, and at the time, I thought we had covered everything. And so then I saw this, and I read the staff report, and I thought, okay, that's looking pretty good. Then we show up here tonight, and there's another can of worms. So I'm concerned that when this goes to the county commissioners again, we need to have it right. We don't want to do this again. So I mean, these things with Klein Road and K2 Road, and yes, a right-of-way is being provided for K2 Road, but if it doesn't connect to anything and it's private and it's blocked off, what do? I still, for one, am a proponent that if that the rules and regulations say you shall have an improvement of services district, you shall have one, and if the county commissioners don't want it, they can make that call. But as far as where this Planning and Zoning Commission is, I think we need to stick to what's written for us. I like Jason's observation that Lot 5 and Lot 6, why would you have a little piece of across the road for Jackson Canyon Road? So, that's kind of my observation. What's the pleasure of the board here for moving forward with this, giving it to the county commissioners, or what have you?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move that it be tabled and we can allow the applicant to work on those so that we do send a complete package to the Board of County Commissioners without any questions associated with it.
There's one more question that I had, and that was for Mr. Nakbar. Is he still around? So, Mr. Nakbar, there is written information in our rules and regulations that say that dedicated roads shall be dedicated to the public in our rules and regulations. So that is causing heartburn for that, in particular, that cul-de-sac road. And the previous attorney had said that all roads through there, the preference was for a private road. But given the county's rules and regulations, that's bumping up against other plans that your client has. Can you address that for us?
Mr. Chairman, I think the response there is that really that cul-de-sac road serves one lot. I mean, why would the public want to go into that cul-de-sac unless it's the owner of that lot? This is not a through road. It doesn't provide access to anything other than the individual lots that it's on. And so it seems to me that it's a matter of a judgment call as to when do you require a road to be a public road? Does that mean that a driveway on someone's property has to be a public road? I don't think so. There's a cutoff somewhere. And when you've got, I certainly understand the need to have the reroute of Jackson Canyon Road made a public road because that's through. People might go through there. But when you have a road that is solely serving one or two lots, it could be done with an easement. And really that's what it amounts to. There's no reason for the public to be driving into somebody's lot. They would be essentially going in there for no reason. And so that's why I think there needs to be a cutoff. When do you require everything to be, every single piece of ground that somebody drives on to be a public road? Versus when do you say, wait a second, the public doesn't have a need to go in there. This is serving one or two lots. Therefore, it doesn't need to be dedicated to the public. And with regard to Klein Drive, look at the plat. we don't need to prove with argumentation what can be proven by documentation. The comments are incorrect. Klein Drive is a dedicated road, dedicated to the public. It's in your packet. It's in Exhibit A5.
Okay, so it's kind of hard to read. Where does Klein Road meet with the subdivision then, do you know?
Right at the south end. See, it says proposed Lot 1 down there at the south. But Klein Drive, it says right in the Mineralized Mountain Home Sites plat, the roads are platted, or in the platted subdivision are hereby dedicated to public use. And you'll see that Klein Drive runs right down, it's not well shown, but it certainly runs right down,
To Lot 1.
right down to Lot 1. Yes, sir. And it meets Lot 1. So to say that Klein Drive is not a public road is contrary to what's shown on the plat.
Thank you. Sure. So we have a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So there's a motion and a second to table the application for PS 21-002 until some outstanding or perceived outstanding issues can be addressed.
And Mr.
Charmaine?
Chair, if you do not have the applicant's consent, then you have to table it to a date specific.
Mr. Nakbar, do you have any comment on that?
I think I would prefer that it be tabled to a date specific, so I guess for that reason I would not consent.
So up or down? Is that what we're talking about, Charmaine? So tabling we can't move ahead with the tabling?
Could I add add an amendment to my motion for a date certain?
That would be great.
So the next meeting is July 13th. So I would add that be tabled until July 13th.
How about July 14th? We are not here 13th.
Fabulous idea. July 14th.
Mr. Nakbar, July 14th work for you?
That's
You and your
fine,
client?
thank you.
Okay, I guess I didn't follow the deal. So, motion has been made, and I'm assuming seconded,
Second's still there.
for tabling the PS 21-002 until July 14th, 2021, at the Planning and Zoning Commission's next meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? I guess we'll see you again next month, Mr. Nakbar. Thank you all for all your insight and discussion, and I'm sure we'll be talking more. All right, moving on. Next on the agenda is conditional use permit 21-002, and that is a request to allow a campground at 6920 Cactus Lane. And we're informed this item it was tabled in April of this 2 months ago. And the applicant has requested tabling the application indefinitely. So that one is off our list. Correct, Trish?
That is correct.
Next on the agenda is PS 21-001, and that's a request to vacate Salt Creek Heights, Block 1, Lot 2, and plat as two separate lots to be known as the Resolute Addition. So staff report, please, Trish.
Yes. This is an application by Mantha Phillips. There we go. The proposed subdivision is located east of Salt Creek Highway on Opportunity Boulevard. And the subject parcel, the east-west the parcels east and west are both zone light industrial, and the parcel to the south is PUD, or planned unit development. This is facing the two buildings that are being separated by this plat. There's a property line that would go right between the center of these two. And this isn't a very good picture to show you guys, but there is actually proper setbacks. This is looking towards I-25, or facing north. This is facing south, and this is, I was standing right in that cul-de-sac that faces south. The property is on my left. And then this is looking west down Opportunity Boulevard. Is the subdivision consistent with the development plan? This subdivision is located in neighborhood 43 of the development plan. The development plan projection is industrial and commercial with future annexation to the city of Casper. This application was sent to the city of Casper for their comment, and they had no concerns with the subdivision that's before you. Proposed finding of fact, the subdivision does comply with the development plan and the zoning resolution. The subdivision is zone light industrial, and both lots within the subdivision meet the lot size requirements and those minimum setbacks for light industrial. Is the subdivision in conformance with the general provisions and the subdivision design standards? Proposed finding of fact, the subdivision has been processed in accordance with the applicable general provisions and subdivision design standards of the Natrona County subdivision regulations. Has the applicant provided evidence that a sufficient water supply system and sewer disposal system will comply with state and local laws and regulations? The proposed finding of fact, both of these lots currently have buildings that are serviced by City of Casper water and sewer. Does the subdivision appear to be compatible with the surrounding area and not detrimental to the future development? Again, this is developed lots. They both have existing buildings with public water and sewer, so there is no anticipated general public concerns. Documentation satisfactory to the Board of County Commissioners that the improvement and service district requirements have been met. The application was sent to Natrona County Road and Bridge, and no comments were received. Access to this subdivision is from Opportunity Boulevard, which is a county road, so no service and improvement district is required. As of tonight's meeting, we have received no comments, and notification was sent to the adjacent property owners. Staff would propose that Planning Commission recommend approval of this subdivision and incorporate findings of fact as were presented in the staff report and the public hearing.
Thank you, Trish. Any questions for staff? Thank you, Trish. Okay, with that, this is to open a public hearing for the consideration of PS 21-001, and that's a request to vacate Salt Creek Heights Block 1, Lot 2, and plat as two lots to be known as Resolute Edition. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium.
Good evening. Bill Faringer with Civil Engineering Professionals, 6080 Enterprise Drive. Here representing the owner, Mantha Phillips, now lives in Buffalo, and so she asked me to represent this project here tonight. The staff report covers pretty much the gist of the subdivision. There's a chain link fence right now that divides the two buildings, and the property line that we're showing, the new property line here splitting that lot, is going right down that chain link fence. So both parcels have access. They both have, they're already divided by the chain link fence. And so she's just wanted to make this official. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Farringer? Thank you, Bill.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the item? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to PS 21-001, Salt Creek Heights Resolute Edition? No one in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
I move to go with the proceeds of what the owner wants to do.
A second.
So that's to approve PS 21-001,
Yes,
just so that we're
approve that.
clear.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve PS 21-001. Any further discussion? All of those wishing to speak in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? So, Mr. Farringer, it is approved and going to the county commissioners, and I don't know what date we have that goes to the commissioners from here.
This will be on the July 6th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner meeting.
July 6th. All right, so next on the agenda, zone change, ZC 21002, a request to change the zoning district classification of 201 acres from RAM, that is ranching, agricultural, and mining, to urban ag, UA. So Trish, do you have a report for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application, we have 3 different owners on this application, and that's Jerry and Sherry Cook, Taylor Cook, and Kay Page. And again, they're requesting that 3 parcels equaling 201 acres be changed from RAM to UA. This parcel, or these parcels, are located roughly half-mile west of Poison Spider School and south of Poison Spider Road. The subject parcel and parcels to the north, south, and west are all RAM, while the parcel to the east is zoned urban ag. So here's our vicinity map. As you can see, up in the northern portion is Poison Spider School. So you go past Poison Spider School and then hit Phillips Lane, and then you'll run into these 3 parcels. This is the zoning map of the area, and again, that section line separates the RAM district from the UA district. Back in 2019, there was an approval for 20 acres, and it's marked up in that map that you can see where it went from RAM to UA. So a little bit of background. There have been 6 previous applications to rezone parcels in this area. Some of those were by private landowners, some of those were even by the county, who had requested to zone that to urban ag. There was also a zone change to go to suburban residential 1, and that was withdrawn by the applicant. In 2019, that 20-acre parcel was approved from RAM to UA, and then in the later part of 2020, there was an application for 43 acres to go from RAM to urban ag that was denied. This, let me go back here. So that 2020 parcel with the 2 parcels for 43 acres, that was by Taylor Cook and then Kay Page. And so this 43 acres is part of the current application that you're reviewing tonight. This is looking east on Pine Ridge Road. This is looking south down Phillips Lane, southwest across Phillips Lane. The Planning Commission and the board shall require that the applicant provide evidence that the proposed zone change will meet at least one of these criteria. In this application, the applicant has referenced numbers 1, 3, 5, and 6. And so those are the proposed rezoning is necessary in order to provide land for a community need that was not anticipated when we did that development plan. And then it's necessary to come into compliance with the development plan. The zoning of land was based on a mistake of fact, and possibly it was a result of a clerical error. Yeah, 1, 3, 5, and 6. Excuse me. So the proposed rezoning is necessary to come into compliance with the Natrona County Development Plan. The applicant responded with the subject properties are surrounded by numerous parcels of approximately 3 to 20 acres, all of which are within the RAM zoning district. The proposed amendment directly meets or at least parallels several of Natrona County's required criteria for a zone change. The existing zoning of land was a result of a clerical error. The subject parcels border UA zoning along the eastern boundary. It appears that for the sake of simplicity, when establishing the zoning boundary, the Development Department made a straight line to divide RAM and UA, rather than incorporating these pre-existing smaller parcels that meet the criteria of the UA zoning district, but not RAM. The existing zoning of land was based on a mistake of fact. While we cannot point to or identify a specific clerical error or mistake of fact, it does seem odd that the UA-RAM boundary did not address the pre-existing Phillips Lane subdivision lots, and the fact that a number of these lots were sized consistent with UA and not RAM. The land or its surrounding environs has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public's interest to encourage a redevelopment of the area or to recognize the changed character. The area in which the properties are located has changed and will continue to change. This area also has an abundant municipal water supply provided by Poison Spider Water District. There was recently an 8-inch municipal water line installed that would provide water to an additional 65 to 114 homes. The proposed zoning is necessary in order to provide land for a community need that was not anticipated at the time of adoption of the development plan. The Poison Spider School provides primary education for the subjects and surrounding properties. It is located less than a mile away from the subject property. The zoning will not result in a spot zoning as the subject parcels are adjacent to land that's already zoned urban ag. And the parcel to the north was recently rezoned RAM to UA. And that parcel is about 600 feet north, so it's fairly close. Staff's findings: the 2016 development plan for Natrona County was adopted July 5th of 2016. The recommendation for this area is to have low-density residential development with zoning being RAM and urban ag. So the development plan calls for either or, RAM or urban ag. Low density shall be based on a maximum of 1 unit per 5 acres. The addition of a new school and municipal water lines support future growth of low-density residential uses. 609 Consulting LLC has provided a letter that addresses the Poison Spider water capacity. The excess capacity in the subject area is approximately 84 taps. In 2019, an application for a zone change was approved by both the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. Again, this zone change is approximately 600 feet north of the request that you're looking at tonight. And this request does comply with the development plan. The Development Department notified 13 property owners, and we did receive 5 comments in opposition. Staff would propose a motion and vote by the Planning Commission to recommend approval of this agenda item and incorporate the findings of fact that were presented in the staff report and the public meeting tonight.
Thank you, Trish. Any questions for staff on the application? Thank you, Trish. All right, so we'll move into the public hearing portion of the application. Declare public hearing open for the consideration of ZC 21-002, that's zone change, a request to change the zoning district classification of 201 acres from ranching, agriculture, and mining, that's RAM, to urban ag. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward and address the commissioners.
Good evening. Jerry Cook, 2850 Phillips Lane. I'd like to add to something that Trish stated earlier, that there was 5 individuals that wrote letters. Of those 5 individuals, you're talking 2 or 3 family members. It's husband and wife write letters. It's not, there are literally 16 individuals that either access by Phillips Lane or are an adjacent property owner to these parcels. Of those 16 people, you have 2 here tonight in opposition and 1 of their friends. So I'd just like to clarify that. We're going from RAM to UA. UA is actually more strict. If you look at the two zones, you're allowed an auto repair station, an auto service station, a wrecking service, a bed and breakfast, campground. I mean, the list goes on, guys. We're asking to go to something that's more strict than what we actually have. You're going to hear tonight absolutely zero arguments regarding this rezone tonight. It's all going to be subdivision. The Cooks are going to subdivide. The Cooks are going to subdivide. Ooh, if we wanted to subdivide this property, we could subdivide it. We can do the 35-acre parcels. We're not into that. I mean, I know some of you guys know me, and we're not about that. If we were, it would be done. This is just nothing more than a witch hunt. We've been down this road. This fits the development plan. This isn't my plan. It's not your plan. It's the county's plan. This fits that plan. There's a new road going down there, or out to there on Zero Road. There's a new water line, as Trish indicated. Why would the county waste funds and the state to build a new school out there if they didn't seek development? Now, that's not what we're seeking. We're not looking to develop this property. But obviously, somebody has the foresight to see into the future to think that these are good areas of town to subdivide eventually. That's not why we're here. So I'll leave it at that, guys. I'm not going to take up a whole bunch of your time. I mean, we've been down this road. If you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. And there again, you're going to hear a whole lot about subdivisions. That is not why we're here. This is a rezone. So I'll leave it at that. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Questions for Mr. Cook?
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward. Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to zoning change application ZC 21002, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Harv Glow. I live at 2925 Phillips Lane, which is adjacent to the property we're discussing tonight. And I've been a resident out there for 40 years, so I've got a little bit of the history there. And something that kind of disturbed me was the statement of fact that it was a clerical error, a mistake on the zoning. In 1983, the county changed that whole area to RAM to protect the issues that are being, discussed here tonight, to protect it from being spot zoned and changed and subdivided into smaller and smaller pieces. This was originally a part of the Irvine Ranch, and it came with covenants to protect those people out there. There was 20-acre tracts, I believe, at the time. And so though it's not a mistake that these properties are there the way they are. So I just wanted to make that fact clear. I am the history out there, I guess. And I guess this is like an annual event for us. You've seen all the indications of when we've had these meetings. And, time and time again, this has been denied. There's a reason for that, It's just not, what is intended for the county. This development plan is fine, We have young families out there. We've had several families out there, and come and go. But, my kids went to school at Poison Spider School, so, it's a great setup for people that want to have an urban lifestyle, or not an urban, but a rural lifestyle. And, so it's just repeating this thing. After, was there 6 attempts in the last 12 years or something? And one of the things that's not been addressed is the current illegal subdivision that's out there. Excuse me. Can you got a picture of the property?
I do not think I have an aerial.
Or just a map? Oh, that's good. Right, okay, I'm on the property just directly north, and right below the little section of urban ag that was kind of switched in there last year. And the three parcels you see there are all contrary to the zoning right now. You've got three parcels there, less than 50 acres. And when 105 should be required. And that's been there for a decade probably. And we bring it to the county's attention, there's really no effort made to rectify it. And so we don't want to see this continue and continue. But
Mr. Gould, that was your 3 minutes, so.
somebody beeping? But anyway, I am, adamantly against this. I didn't move out there to, live in a subdivision. The current system of people spaced out is just about right. You're not, talking to your neighbor through the bathroom window or anything. So that's, our feelings out there. We're not trying to stop a person from using their land. We're talking about abusing the requirements of the county zoning. Mr. Cook has gotten by with this for years and nobody's held him accountable. I don't want to see this continue. So I guess that's about all I have to say right now, but you can get my feeling here that it's not a good thing. There's other people out there too that are having their quality of life threatened by, subdividing. So I thank you.
Thank
Is
you,
any
Mr. Glover.
questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application, please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Curtis Lee at 2950 Phillips Lane. I think the whole issue here today is not clear what the purpose of changing this RAM to UA. We get the letter about a week before this meeting, or before the deadline to send in information or opposition. But at the time, the best we could do is to talk to all the neighbors and have at least send in letters and come to the meeting today. Well, I think the three areas that I'm concerned about are illegal use of the RAM area that he has already. One of the prior county commissioners did call this a bad neighbor situation, or syndrome. I call it syndrome. And final thing is the hidden agenda, what's going on here. Yes, he wants to change this to RAM to UA, but for what purpose? This is the fifth time he's had to, the fifth attempt at changing RAM to UA. And there are multiple reasons before. I think the issue of the artificial facts and lines that were drawn, that's kind of irrelevant. It's the way it is now. My property is the large UA property east of this proposed area. And we've been here 27 years. And there's no purpose to, why do we need to, we're UA, so what's the purpose, what's the advantage of changing to UA? The previous history, I got 3 minutes. The whole property was owned by the Reimer family, and that was 300 acres. He sold it to another family, and he kept 100 and kept 200 for development. The first illegal use was somehow that the new family kept 5 acres for his home, but gave somehow to Mr. Cook the 150 acres or plus anyway, for usage. Not sure how that was used, but that's what was done. We subsequently had issues of 43 acres in last year's meeting, that they had 2 illegal properties, 2 primary residences on the 43 acres, part of this whole parcel. And nothing was done about that. And then the third thing is the ditch rider road that we used to use to go take care of our water rights were taken over by Mr. Cook. And that put in a gate and private driveway, and that started multiple issues with all the neighbors. So kind of an illegal use of that extra property. And this had been discussed many times before, but nothing's been done for this. Now he wants to change his RAM to UA for what purpose? I think that's the main question. At the last board meeting, the county commissioner did phrase the bad neighbor situation. Now, he has not been the best neighbor. We've had multiple issues with, I'm not going to go through the whole 20 lists of things that have happened. Myself, he put a metal plate in front of my irrigation water, so I had no access to my water. And then we had to go to court to get that taken care of. I've been videotaped trying to clean the concrete ditches, et cetera, et cetera. So all the issues we've had have gone to court, and even in the Supreme Court for Wyoming causes situations, bad neighbor situation, they call it rancorous relationship. So he's not been the best neighbor for us, and that's a concern here. So why is he trying to change his RAM to UA? And the final concern is this may be the hidden agenda. He's taken that 20 acres, bought the 20 acres, and divided it into 2-acre plots for RV park situation. We had to go to court to try to prevent that from happening. We did.
Mr. Lee, your 3 minutes is up, so you'll have to wrap it up quickly, please.
I forget that. So finally, right now, what is this hidden agenda for changes to UA? In the background, we've always concerned that you could change UA property to 10 acres, and even in your board plan, even 5 acres. So we're talking about maybe 20 or 40 more areas, and maybe it is a subdivision. And that's our concern. We don't know what the plans are. We have only one road to this area that's an easement. It's a dirt road, and it's not going to be able to handle the traffic, et cetera, for if this is going to be a multiple subdivision. We don't know. Now, I will say that even though we have 5 letters here, 3 families are here, many of the neighbors are concerned about causing any issues here or complaints. They're concerned about being reprimanded and reprisals that may occur because of opposition to this change to UA. And I think, so our community, our present community is not situated to have these multiple subdivisions if that's what's going to occur. And I think as a planning board, these things have to be addressed correctly. So that's my conclusion. There's other people here too, but yeah, it's just not our community out there needs to be UA. I'm a UA, but what's the purpose? We don't need to subdivide anything else beyond that.
Questions
Okay.
for Mr. Lee? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Maureen Cloutier. My husband and I live at 14495 West Poison Spider. We are affected by changes in this area. We are not adjacent property owners. We, as well as a family, have been affected by Mr. Cook's attempts at changing zoning for more than 11 years now. Our particular property is zoned RAM. I think one of the simple aspects of looking at this is if you lay the zoning requirements and the zoning definition for RAM side by side with urban ag, the bottom line is you're trying to take a piece of property that is currently zoned and restricted to 35-acre parcels down to 20-acre parcels. If that doesn't scream subdivision, I don't know what does. You again question hidden agenda. We've had no clarity from him. We have no communication as neighbors from Mr. Cook. Everything is done under cover or under cover of present attorney. And again, I just want you to take a look at the current definitions for RAM versus urban ag. You're looking at 35-acre parcels, which we currently have, as compared to 20-acre parcels. To me, that says he's looking to subdivide, and that's not something that we want to do in our area, so we're in definite disagreement with that proposal. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Cloutier? Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the zoning change application? Good evening.
How you doing? My name is Dennis Cloutier, 14495 West Poison Spider Road, same place. There was just a note on here. We live where, and you see on the map it says access road. We are north. We own that land north of it. As you see, Phillips Lane runs on a western boundary. Now, when we moved out there 33 years ago, there were 5 people that had access to Phillips Lane. Now, there's 15 people that go down Phillips Lane. The wind blows from the west. As you can see, we get a lot of dust and trash, what have you, comes in from that area. Now, again, like Maureen says, the only difference I can see for urban ag is and I have the paper right here, it says it goes down to 10 acres. Minimum lot size is 10 acres over 35 for RAM. Now, why would you go down to 10 acres? There's only one reason. Why would you have an 8-inch main for water bring in so you can, according to the other stats, that it can supply 130 people, 130 houses. Why would you have an 8-inch main brought in? So, again, the only thing I can see is that for it to be subdivided. And I think the traffic on that lane, like I said, it's going up 15 houses now. I can imagine would be if you can put, I guess there was some picture up there that said 30 or 40 houses could go into that lot if you were to cut it to 10, 200 acres. You can figure it out, 20 houses. Anyway, just the traffic on that Phillips Lane, I think, would be substantial. And I don't know the status of Phillips Lane as being, I believe it's a private road to start with. You add another 15, 20 houses on there, you have another issue. As it is, it can be muddy as hell, anyway, during the winter and the summer. Anyway, that's all I have to say. You have any questions?
Questions for Mr. Cloutier? Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen?
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward. Mr. Cook, you may.
I'll be quick. Jerry Cook. It was mentioned before, I can't remember by who, but that this was an illegal subdivision. It was not. And I'll give you this letter in just one second, but I wanted to sidestep. Can I approach you guys? I got some papers for you I'd like you to see. These are the adjacent property owners. I'll let you pass those down. So if you look on that map that I give you, what's indicated in orange are illegal subdivisions in these 2 sections of ground, or 3 sections of ground, I'm sorry. 9 subdivisions in total. Not one person got a letter like my son did about an illegal subdivision. And the irony of it all is, folks, we weren't illegal when we put this in. We were provided that letter from your staff, Gene Wallace at that time, that stated we had a family exemption application in that was approved by your guys' board. So, I mean, we played by the rules back then. It was in 2010 or 12, whatever that is. So it wasn't an illegal subdivision. And then back to this map, there's a lot of green mark on here as well. These are non-conforming lots. These people, like Harvey Glow, lives on 19 acres of ground in a 35-acre minimum area. There's a lot of them on here, guys. I mean, these lots just do not conform. And I would defy anybody to find two. I've got a map that's 5 sections by 5 sections. You guys have access to all these maps. I got them from your people. I would defy anybody to find any 2 sections on that entire map that are more congested than these 2 right here. Well, what warrants a rezone other than that? And as far as our intentions, we've been clear about it. We've never not been clear. My son wants to buy property from his grandmother, who is an adjacent property owner to him. It's the same story over and over and over again, and he cannot do that without this rezone. So that's the reason we're here. It's not moving any more family members into the area. It's one family member gaining a little more ground from another. So.
Anything else for Mr. Cook?
That's my copy there. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Last chance. Declare this public hearing closed. Planning and Zoning Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Would you like a motion or any comments or?
Comments? If you have a motion, that's be accepted as well.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this does meet the Natrona County Development Plan. This is not a subdivision application before us. This is a zone change. And so those were my comments.
Is that a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve zone change.
I'll second the motion.
ZC 21-002.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, call for the question. All those in favor of ZC 21-002, and that is request to change the zoning district classification, 201 acres from ranching, from RAM to urban ag. Signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The application, Mr. Cook, is approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission and will move to Board of County Commissioners on July 6th. Is that correct, Trish?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, it's 7:30. We started at 5:30, and I see still a bunch of people, and I know we're going to have a big deal after this. So let's take a 5-minute break, and thank you all for your patience. I know you guys wish that was first on the agenda, but it's just the way things work out. There is.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I would recommend giving Yeah. I'll wait till when Cal comes back and catch him. Let him know about time.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, that's what he's saying, it's not public, but the thing is that that's how they access it. It could be great. This road. Well, yeah, I didn't drive it, I know that, I couldn't go to this road. Or something. Because to me, so,
I do have our
oh, okay. I'm on the property there, and then they cut this road
go up there and talk to him right now.
Well, the thing is,
Is everyone ready to get going again? Nice to meet you. So we'll reconvene our meeting of the Natrona County Planning and Zoning Commission. And our next item on the agenda is consideration of conditional use permit 21-001, and that's a request to allow a wind energy conversion system, WECS. Trish, do you have a staff report for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One more thing I might add.
Oh.
This is a big deal, obviously, with everyone here in the audience, and we understand the applicant needs more than 3 minutes to discuss what they want to present to us, so there's a 10-minute allowance for them to tell us what they're doing. Go ahead, Trish, I'm sorry.
Perfect. This is an application by Anacline Wind LLC. This is represented by Christine Michael and multiple other experts and attorneys that are involved in this. The project area extends north of Ormsby Road, the exit to State Highway 259. The project lease area is approximately 24,000, a little over 24,000 acres. The entire area is zoned RAM. This is just a basic layout of the location. We're looking at, again, north of Antelope Hills and west of Antelope Hills, and extends towards Highway 259. The request is to allow up to 52 wind turbine generators with a total nameplate capacity of approximately 175 megawatts. The application also includes Met towers and wind measuring equipment, collector lines, substation facilities, interconnection and switch facilities, and related improvements. An operation and maintenance building, access roads, and then equipment laydown and parking areas. There are 2 different models that they are anticipating for this project. The total height with the blade extended for Model 1 is approximately 551 feet. Model 2 is roughly 503 feet. For reference, I did add the Chevron turbines that we have out towards Coal Creek are about 389 feet with that blade extended. The conditional use permit criteria, the commission and the board shall require showings concerning all of the following. I did make these pretty minimal just because that application is so large that we didn't want to be here all night. So the demands on the county services associated with this short-term and long-term population changes would be minimal. The project construction and operations related demands on law enforcement, emergency response, and that includes fire and medical, road maintenance and other services are anticipated to be minor and not contribute to an overburdening of county services. The application was sent to the Natrona County Road and Bridge Department, Natrona County Weed and Pest, Natrona County International Airport, Natrona County Conservation District, Natrona County Fire Protection District, Natrona County Building Department, and the Natrona County Emergency Management. I sent those applications out, and really the only comments that I had back were from Natrona County Weed and Pest. So beyond the review of the application, overburdening of county services is not anticipated. The applicant has made accommodations for any anticipated county services. Will granting the conditional use permit cause undue traffic, parking, population density, or environmental problems? The proposed finding of fact, access and approach modifications will be permitted by the applicable agency, whether that's YDOT or Natrona County Road and Bridge. The applicant will apply for and comply with all required county, state, and federal permits. Natrona County would also enforce all adopted codes and the IEEE National Electrical Safety Code. Will granting the CUP impair the use of adjacent property or alter the character of the neighborhood? The applicant's partial response. Adjacent land uses include limited residential and open space. Development of a wind facility will not impair these uses that currently exist on adjacent properties. In order to assess the project visibility and visual impacts, a GIS-based turbine visibility analysis has been completed and visual simulations developed around the project area. Those were all part of your packet, those visual simulations. There will be an alteration to the character to the northern portion of Antelope Hills neighborhood due to the turbine height. Staff's proposed finding of fact. The closest residential neighborhood is Antelope Hills. This area will have visual impacts due to that turbine height. There will be no continuous vibrations or odors emitted from the project site, and the use of the properties will not be impaired. So the same residential landowners that are in Antelope Hills can still continue on with their activities. They won't be impacted by this use. Will granting the conditional use permit detrimentally affect the public health, safety, and welfare, or nullify the intent of the development plan or the zoning resolution? Proposed finding of fact, there are no anticipated detrimental effects to the health, safety, or welfare of the public. The applicant will provide safety training and meet with law enforcement and emergency management officials as part of the overall risk management effort. With an approved conditional use permit, the project will be in compliance with the development plan and the zoning resolution. Public comment. To date, the department has received 16 comments in opposition, 9 comments in favor, and one of the comments was just requesting additional information. I sent the public notice to 447 property owners, and that was within a 5-mile radius. The applicant held a public open house on May 20th at the Agricultural Resource and Learning Center, and there was roughly like 10 people that showed up. And the applicant also sent the notice to the same list of people that I had provided. So, and again, this application was sent to multiple county agencies, and Weed and Pest was really the one that reached out to me just to get in touch with the applicant and work with them on the reseeding and vegetation. The Wyoming Game and Fish did submit a letter for recommendations. The proposed motion, there are 9 conditions. Staff is recommending approval with the following 9 conditions. Number 1, access and approach modifications will be permitted by the applicable agency, whether that's YDOT or Natrona County Road and Bridge. Number 2, applicant shall provide evidence of acquisition of rights-of-way or other access agreements if or as applicable across private, state, or federal lands between the property and public roads. Number 3, applicant will apply for all required county, state, and federal permits. This includes the adopted codes and that IEEE National Electrical Safety Code. Number 4, all project structures shall be set back not less than 1.10 times the tower height from the approved project boundaries. Number 5, every 5 years after the operation of the project, an itemized estimate of decommissioning and reclamation costs certified by a professional engineer shall be submitted to the planning department. Number 6 is a financial assurance as approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Number 7, the owner or operator shall give written notice to the planning department when construction of the project has commenced. And going into this project, it is known that this is for the future, so we have added a project commencement date of December 1st, 2024. Number 9, the owners or operators shall give written notice to the planning department when construction is completed. Operations shall be deemed completed when electricity generated by the project is conveyed via transmission line off the project site for delivery to power purchasers or consumers. So those are the 9 conditions that staff has added to this approval, or to this recommendation. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Trish. Questions for staff?
Do you have the map on there?
I only have this one right here. It does not specify those turbine locations that
Well,
you found.
That's all right. Does that show that 20-mile, I think they call it 20-mile road?
It does.
Does that start off in Antelope Hills?
No, it doesn't. It's owned by us. It comes in right at the top of that US highway.
Okay. Is that a county road?
No, an oil field road. Oil field road.
So who maintains that road?
We do, as landowners.
You don't charge, they don't, is there any charge to the oil field company
Yes,
back there?
Definitely. Yes, there's a surface use agreement with oil fields. There's 3 oil fields off that road.
will the anti-claim wind project, excuse me, use that road?
Yes, sir.
And will they pay to maintain part of it too?
Yes, sir. It's all split evenly.
You have all that documented?
Yes, sir. We got 100 and some pages.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Trish. Okay, with that, we'll open a public hearing for consideration of conditional use permit 21-001, and that's for allowing the wind energy conservation system that Trish just discussed. All those in favor, or all in, not in favor, but what is the word? Speaking in favor, come on up, give us your name and address, and it's been a long night already.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Masterson. My address is 159 North Walcott here in Casper. For background, I was born and raised here, and I've been lucky enough to be able to practice law here for the last 35 years. I'm counsel for the project sponsor, Enyo Renewable Resources. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I also appreciate the extra time you've given us to kind of set the table for you. It's a thick application, obviously, and it's about a $200 million project, so at least I think it deserves that, and I appreciate your extra attention. We're asking you to approve this evening this CUP as recommended by the planning and zoning staff with the conditions that they recommend. The project complies with our county's rules and our county's regulations, and it's also consistent with all of the long-range planning documents that have been adopted by Natrona County. I want to remind you also that you are the first of many steps that this project will have to go through before it can be constructed. Ultimately, we will need to end up in front of and get a permit from the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council, statewide body that permits large industrial projects. Under the statutes, a project of this size, a certain number of turbines triggers that. So ultimately, it will involve an even thicker permit and even more extensive studies than what this county requires. As Trish indicated, our understanding was that 19 comments were received of the 447 notices that went out. 16 opposed, 2 in favor, 1 non-committal by my reading. I have a feeling that you may hear more in opposition than that tonight, and I get that. But I would ask you to remember that the goal of zoning in this county is the general welfare of the county, and that's the county as a whole as you see fit to determine it. I think you have a project before you and a developer, a sponsor, that's been open with its plans. It has been accommodating in its efforts. It's complied with all of the requirements that have been established. And it has done community outreach, unlike many projects that you would see of this nature. They have always held themselves out as being open and willing to answer questions, and they continue to be willing to do so and will so here tonight. We have a lot of experts who've worked on this project. Because of all the specialized areas, there's a lot of people who've worked on it. Many of them are here tonight to answer your questions. I would encourage you, in the strongest of terms, to ask every question that you can come up with, anything and everything. There is a lot of misinformation out there about wind projects, about the impacts they have and what they mean and what can happen as a result of wind projects. And we want you to satisfy yourself about the appropriateness of this permit. So please, if something comes up during any point in time, we have people who can answer almost any question that I think you can come up with, whether it's noise, visual impacts, construction questions, all of those things. We want you to know what the answers are, and we're willing to answer them. We'd also, Mr. Chairman, at the risk of pushing our luck, we'd ask for the opportunity to respond at the end of this, as you indicated. Of course, it's your discretion, but if it's possible, there may be things that come up that we would like to respond to. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Christine Michael, the principal of Enyo, but I understand that there may be questions of me to begin with.
Any questions for Mr. Masterson? Thank you, sir.
My favorite. Thank you, sir. So Christine Michael will come forward and walk you through some of the aspects of the project.
Great.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, thank you for having us here tonight and accommodating our schedule to be before you on a very busy hearing night. Again, my name is Christine Michael. My company is Enyo Renewable Energy. My address is 9950 South Power Plant Lane, Sandy, Utah. As John mentioned, we're here to seek the approval of a conditional use permit from you. We did leave on your desk the slide presentation. If you want to look along with me, apologize we didn't get it to Trish in time to have it on the screen for everybody, but most everything in here, everything in here is what you've seen in your applications. And also there's a list here of bios of those who are with me tonight to answer questions. Quick overview of what I'm going to talk about in keeping with the time frame you've given us. Talk about our project team, a little bit about our company background, project description, the benefits to the community, project schedule, compliance with zoning, Natrona County zoning resolution, and other anticipated permits, which John mentioned. The project team is listed here, myself and John. In the audience is Luke Saxelby, who could speak to you about sound. Shane Porter from WLC, located here in Casper, who can speak to reclamation, decommissioning, and traffic. Chester France, who's an airport or aviation expert. Merlin Polson, Kenton Taylor, Ron Dutton, those members are on the phone, and they represent visual simulation, wildlife, and socioeconomic benefits. So if you need to ask questions on any of those three topics, they're listening and watching you on YouTube. Otherwise, Chester, Shane, and Luke will be here to answer questions before you. In addition to that, I have my colleagues in Ryan Fitzpatrick, Chris Powers, and Mitch Daly from NextEra. They are our partners on the project. We'll talk about it a bit later, but we submitted a request for proposal for the project to Rocky Mountain Power, who is seeking 1,920 megawatts from Wyoming as part of a proposal of, they plan to build those megawatts by 2024. And we were shortlisted in that process, and we'll find out later this month if this project will start negotiations on a power purchase agreement on the project. And that's why the commercial operation date is 2024. So we jointly are working with NextEra, and they're here tonight as well. A little bit about my company. I've enjoyed spending the last decade working in Wyoming, specifically in the Casper area. I developed the Pioneer Project, which is operating in Converse County. I worked with NextEra on the Roundhouse Project, which is in Laramie County, which went into operation in June of last year. It's a 225 megawatt wind project. And then I came before some of you, one of you, last year for our DinoSolar project, which is a 240 megawatt solar project that was unanimously approved by your body a year ago. And we have, just to give you an update on that, been working with some large commercial industrial customers outside of the state who are interested in entering into a power purchase agreement with us. The next page is the project location. I see many of you have the larger scale map of the project. Just to remind you, we're looking to permit a project up to 175 megawatts. Trish shared with you the height of those turbines between 503 feet and 551 feet. Along with those facilities, we'll have underground cables that connect the turbines. So above ground, all you'll see are the turbines. The cables connecting them will be underground. All those underground cables will go to a project substation, and then that project substation will feed to a point of interconnection substation, which is the substation that connects to the 230 kV line that's owned by Rocky Mountain Power that will connect. So it's likely most everything is underground, but the turbines and the substation, and then the large meteorological towers that we need to have in place to confirm that the power that we're getting is what the turbine supplier says we should get. There could be a line over I-25 connecting the east and the west side, depending on what the Federal Highway Administration will allow for to connect both sides. But the power will be connecting to a line on the west side. So that 230 kV line is on the west side of I-25. Many people have asked us, why are we locating here? It seems like it's close to homes. And like solar, when we presented to some of you last year, wind is similar. There are certain things that we need to look for when identifying a wind site. One of those is proximity to the transmission line. Our project is right next to the transmission line. We don't want to interfere with many mineral extraction. We need to take into account wildlife impacts, which we've been working on for the last 3 years. We also need to find private landowners who are willing to have these turbines on their land and diversify their income. We need the correct topography, so it can't be really mountainous, and the elevation can't be high. And then, of course, we need an adequate wind resource. On the next page, I have a map that shows Natrona County. And on this map, you'll see that there's mostly gray. And so what we did was, when we were looking at Natrona County for a wind project, we said, okay, where can we locate it? And so we had transmission lines. We said the wind project needs to be within 20 miles of a transmission line. If there's land that's farther than 20 miles of transmission line, it's gray. Then we stacked that with Forest Service land, BLM land because it's difficult to permit there, national park land. We looked at elevation in those mountains I discussed. We looked at the wind data. And what we found after we took out all those constraints of where we couldn't build, we came up with the green area, which is where in Natrona County you can put a wind project. So you can see it's very limited. So then the next step is you go to those landowners. And that's why we're here tonight. The community benefits that this project will bring to the state, to Natrona County, due to the large size of the project that John talked about, a $200 million project. To Natrona County alone, you'll see up to $34 million in property taxes if the project were 175 megawatts. And then in sales taxes to the state, if it's 175 megawatts, it's about 8 million. And of that, you get a portion. And then there's the wind generation tax. And for a 175 megawatt project, that's 18.4 million. And to the local community, to Natrona County, that equals about $11 million to the county from the generation tax. The short-term construction jobs are up to about 190 during the peak, and the project is efficient, reliable, and safe. The landowner benefits, I won't speak to that. I think we have our landowners here. I think they can confidently speak about what it means to them. So I'll let them present that. And then the construction time frame, as Trish mentioned in her opening, we're looking to hit commercial operation by the end of 2024. So between now and then, we'll work on the environmental surveys, and we'll work on, as John indicated, getting our Board of County Commissioners permit, the industrial siting permit application, and finalizing the layout. One thing that I did mention before is that we were shortlisted for this Pacific Corps RFP, and that we would need to sign a contract by the end of the year. If we can't get a permit from you all by the end of the year, I think I mentioned this to Chair Hutchinson probably in 2016, if the community doesn't want us, there's no reason to sign a power purchase agreement. So understanding how you all feel about the project is obviously paramount to us. Anticline has provided all the materials necessary for approving the project. permit and is in compliance with all land use regulations in Natrona County. As you've all likely read in the large application from us, we provided a preliminary site plan. We provided our MOUs with the landowners. We provided a socioeconomic report, a traffic study, decommissioning cost estimate. We notified the adjacent property owners. In addition to the mailers, we have a website that is operational since May 10th. We've called and sent individual letters in addition to the mailers to several of the landowners in Antelope Hills. We've also conducted the visual simulations, a noise study, and we have approval from the FAA. We feel like we're in compliance with, well, we are in compliance with the 2000 zoning resolution of Natrona County, as indicated by this slide. And then in terms of your zoning regulations, and specifically the wind energy conversion system part of that, those regulations, we meet all the height, clearance, access, and setback standards. And finally, as John again indicated, the other permits that we will need to get before construction will need to go before the Board of County Commissioners in July, subject to your approval. We'll need to get a building permit from the county. We'll need to go before the state through that robust process that John indicated, and then we'll have to get some federal permits. So you are the first of many steps before us. So in summary, Anticline concurs with the staff report finding to recommend approval of the project's conditional use permit application to the Natrona County Board of Commissioners, and we don't object to any of the conditions in your staff report. And we are here to answer your questions, either with our teammates on the phone or in the audience. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Michael? Jason?
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned, Ms. Michael, on here, road improvements to neighboring Antelope Hills. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
I'd be happy to. At the open house, we had some residents from Antelope Hills in attendance, and one of the things that we offered to them is that we'll be having lots of machinery building roads that'd be very easily to go to Antelope Hills during construction and blade some of those roads. I've driven out there. They're bumpy, is, I think, an understatement. So I think just given being good neighbors, we'd like to offer that to those residents to improve those roads during construction.
Another question. Talk to me about mineral extraction in a wind installation, and maybe some examples of that has happened around the nation.
I probably would be better served if Ryan from NextEra could answer that. So if he could come up after me, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Michael?
Chad Zeal. I hear things about the windmills, or killing birds, raptors. Is that true?
Our wildlife biologist is on here. I mean, I think there will be some birds that will be taken with the use of these turbines, but it's something that we work with Game and Fish and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reduce those impacts. So first, we need to go through the 2 years' worth of survey data to sort out where those birds are flying and nesting, and then we can adapt our turbines so that doesn't happen.
So I guess my question is, they find a dead eagle on a landowner's property, are they going to go after the landowner?
No, they come after us.
And they're able to prove that your turbines killed them, I guess?
We have.
How do they know?
We have post-construction. We agree to post-construction monitoring with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and so we hire biologists who will walk transect surveys, and when they identify an eagle or such, then there's a process that's done in accordance with the survey. But that has nothing to, the landowners are not at risk for that taking.
I think I got my question answered just by reading through, but my question is, you guys put money aside so that at the end of the project, there's money available for decommissioning, because if somebody goes bankrupt or something like that, then I assume there's money that's been put in escrow or something that will remove the remove the
Correct.
turbines at some point in the future.
Correct. I believe that's part of what Trish was mentioning, the financial assurance bond. It's required by the state. So we've determined it's about, I think, $10 million to decommission the project. So we'll have to put that aside in a bond in the name of the county and the state. The landowners also have, we need to do that for them as well. And so if anything should happen to us or the project company, then that is there to decommission it. And that needs to be renewed. So you studied it, every 5 years, you analyze it again, how much will it cost? And so if it goes up, say it's $20 million 5 years after the project goes to commercial operation, then you have to increase your bond. And so it's I think, a fairly good process.
Other questions? Christine, I've got a couple.
Oh.
So I think we may have talked briefly. One of the things we here in Wyoming like are open vistas. And one of the things that tend to not work so well are those flashing red lights in the evenings or at night. I understand there's new technology that detects aircraft in the near vicinity that will trigger those red lights being on only when the aircraft is in the vicinity. Is that technology being proposed here?
It is. I might add, and I thank you for bringing that up. I mistakenly admitted that. The Pioneer project in Glen Rock that I worked on, we actually offered that before we were asked to do that. And it was not a lot of extra money. I think it was $500,000 for the technology. And so that technology is being used on that project in Glen Rock. And typically the state of Wyoming in the industrial siting permit, approval, a condition of that permit is that every company does that. But we don't need that requirement. That's something that we do as a company in all of our projects. So we will apply to the FAA and say, can we use this technology? Is it safe given the Natrona County International Airport? FAA will come back and say yes or no. If they say yes, we will put that system in. And you can also include that as a permit of this, or condition of this permit as well.
That would be a great addition. So my next question is going to put you on the spot a bit. To my knowledge, and Big Win has not come to planning and zoning. I've been on it since 2012, I guess, but this is the first big thing that I've been familiar with. Prior to that, north of Evansville, Coal Creek Road, those turbines went in, and there was a guy in town, I think unfortunately he's passed away, Fred Iserman. He would write letters to the editor on a regular basis about some problem one way or the other. And in particular, it had to do with the close proximity of habitated homes to these turbines. And there were, I remember one thing, there was maybe an autistic person in close proximity, and just the cyclical deal of the thing turning caused a problem, and maybe they had to move away or something. I don't know. It was something. But he used to. So my question is, tell us, what are the detrimental things that we're going to be faced with if this is given consideration to move ahead?
I think that based on our application, we believe there are not going to be detrimental health effects from this project. And I have Luke Saxelby, who's here, that can talk about some of those issues that I think that gentleman presented in the newspaper. And he can talk about sound and other health issues. If it might be better coming from him because he studies it rather than from me.
Is there a minimum distance from a house to one of these turbines that is necessary?
I think that's what your body is here to recommend to us. I mean, we believe that the turbines have been sited in a location that will not cause harm. We want to caveat that with, we want to be good neighbors, but we don't believe that there will be health effects from the current locations. Of course, we're here in 2021. The project is not going to be built until 2024. We still have to go through more studies, and so turbine locations can and likely will change as we go through that process as we identify things in the environment.
How many of these turbines were there again?
52.
52, okay. So I guess drilling down, my question is, how close to a home is how far away?
Sure.
do you have to put one
So
of these?
the northern landowner, the closest landowner to the north will be about 1.5 miles away from a turbine. The next adjacent landowner to the north and probably to the north is about, I think, 2.5 miles away from a turbine. I was at the Residence Inn and at the Marriott over here, so I could see the Chevron project. I was about 2.35 miles away, and the turbines were quite small. Going to the west, Antelope Hills, we'll have the highway, and so we're obviously closer, but there is the barrier of the highway between the homes and those houses. I do have a map. Back there, I could give you more
1.2 miles
distances.
is what I locked in on. I think you said 1.2 miles is the minimum distance for the project as you see it now?
No, I'm sorry, those are for adjacent landowners, not including Antelope Hills, those landowners to the east,
okay.
who I mentioned earlier, we had called and sent specific letters about that distance to see if there was anything we can do to mitigate for them.
One final question. What does locating these turbines where they're proposed, what does that do for future expansion of Casper, its metropolitan area? Are we essentially locked in to the north by what you're proposing here? Can development and subdivisions and roads and things like that be built in proximity to what you're proposing?
Yes, they can be. They should be able to be built it's up to the private landowner what he or she chooses to do with their land and if they want to build a subdivision. I mean, the North Forgy Ranch goes significantly south from the most southern turbine. There's great distance. When we first started this process back in 2016, I think we had originally proposed 118 turbines and we were 4.7 nautical miles away from the airport. Then we received feedback from the airport, so we moved the turbines, so then we were 8.1 nautical miles away from the airport, and now we're 10.7 nautical miles away from the airport. So we have moved further north, and I think you have that separation where you can subdivide and grow Casper as large as it needs to be. The Dyna Solar project, when we got to the Board of County Commissioners, we had, I think, asked for a setback waiver from our solar panels to the closest adjacent landowner. I think we're looking for a little over a mile, and one of the county commissioners changed that to, I think, 0.25 or something, made it much closer, because I know the Bar-None mayor was concerned. He wanted the same thing that you're describing. And so we actually asked for a very big setback, and we were given a much smaller one, because I think they got comfortable knowing that they could have the subdivision move further west.
I remember that discussion. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Michael?
Just to follow up on one of your questions, so as I was reading through this, there seems like a lot of regulations as far as endangered species and whatever. So there's not federal regulations that state like what the acceptable noise levels are, and those, there's nothing that, it seems like the birds are getting more attention than humans are, at least from what I was, but I'm surprised that there's not more, that hasn't been addressed in some way.
I think the only thing that I saw in your zoning regulations were for if you had a small wind energy conversion system, so a small wind turbine, you had to be 40 decibels was the max sound level you could be. And if you look at our map and our sound study, you'll see that we are at or below 40 decibels from the homes in Antelope Hills. So we would meet a criteria of a small wind turbine, but we can only comply if the regulation is there. To your point, Wyoming doesn't have regulations dictating that, or at least your county.
Christine, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of the application, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm a development director with NextEra Energy Resources, and here to speak in favor of the project. As Ms. Michael stated, we worked with her company, Enyo, on the Roundhouse project in Laramie County, which is where I'm from. Grew up in Cheyenne. And the 225 megawatt project. We also worked on the independently built and developed the 533 megawatt Cedar Springs wind energy complex in Converse County. Natrona County stood to benefit from that project a fair amount. We utilized a lot of Natrona County companies in the construction of that project and the trucking and turbine deliveries. A fair amount of the labor force stayed in Casper during the construction of the Cedar Springs project last year. And during the pandemic, these projects were able to bring a lot of benefit through sales tax to local communities last year as well. And Ms. Michael looked back to me with regard to kind of the coexistence of mineral extraction with wind energy development. Our Cedar Springs project north of Douglas is a perfect example of that. As you're likely well aware, it's a very active oil and gas field north of Douglas. We were able to work with all of the surface use agreement and oil and gas operators in the area to come up with accommodation agreements, and we worked well together, shared road maintenance agreements, all the like. You know, wind energy installations utilize about 2 to 3% of the surface, leaving the rest of the land available for additional uses, whether it's oil and gas extraction or whether it's agriculture or recreation. And so, and that's one of the great benefits of wind energy in particular. And so that's worked really well with the oil and gas operators in Converse County. I also want to support this project just based on the fact that this project is compliant with all of the land use regulations in Natrona County. Those land use regulations are put in place to protect Natrona County and its citizens, and with applicable setbacks and other regulations in place. The application that Anne Wind LLC has brought before you is compliant with all of those land use regulations. And so this is going to be a good project. These projects bring great benefit to the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick?
This might be a question for the environmental guy. When you said 40 decibels, was that standing at the turbine?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner, I'm not the expert on that, so I wouldn't do that. But what I do know about the land use regulations in Natrona County is that doesn't apply to large wind turbines, but we would be compliant, and it's not at the turbine. It's 40 decibels at a primary structure, and so an adjacent primary structure. And so this would be compliant if that were applicable to large wind in Natrona County, but it's not. And 40 decibels is the same sound as a babbling brook.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor, please come forward.
Mike Owens, Teapot Land, one of the landowners that it's on. 26795 North Highway 259, Casper 82601. We're third generation ranchers on that parcel of land. We're fifth, sixth generations in Natrona County. Everything I've dealt with Michelle for the last year and a half, making an agreement, surface use agreement, and we feel that everything that we've worked with and with oil and gas on our property and surface use agreements, we have a very, very strong contract. It covers everything from surface uses to decommissioning to bonds of on decommissioning, dust management, and the thing that we saw as the landowner, there's three families on our property. So the ranch is not big enough to support everything to do 3 families. So with the extra income from the oil, from extra income from hunting, from extra income from the wind farms and stuff like that, that's how ranchers get by. Because like in the 80s, that's how we ended up with our ranch. Parents bought it in the 80s when the big oil boom or bust. And that's one thing that we want to prevent, because look at the last 2 years, it's the driest it's been. I mean, there's grass this tall and it's turning brown already, and it's pretty hard to feed a cow when you're not guaranteed a certain amount of money. And with Anacline, we are guaranteed a certain amount, plus if, the project can grow or whatever. So it's pretty important to us as property owners that you guys think that keeping private rights is one of the biggest things too, because the project's 100% on private land. And the access roads are all on private land if you look on our manifest that was turned into the courthouse. And then the other thing is towers, like you said, was 2 to 3% takes up. So it's a half to 2 acres with the roads and all that. So on our place, it takes about 50 to 60 acres to run a cow for 1 year, AUM, is what we figure. And with that being said, with 52 towers, we're looking at about 80 acres. So saying that it's going to change my operation, I've scared of 2 cows. But with the extra income, I don't have to get rid of those 2 cows. So if you guys would please vote for it, it would be greatly appreciated.
A question for you. How many of those 52 turbines will be located on your land?
There's 37 proposed on us.
Right, okay. Any questions for Mr. Owens? Thank you, sir.
How are you guys tonight? First, thanks for all your service you do. I would not want your job. But I'm with Owens Land and Livestock, Teapot Land, and I own Lost Creek Outfitters, 2 out of Cody. And I ain't going to sit up here and tell you wind towers are beautiful, because they're not. But
Could you give us your name and address?
Oh, James Owens.
Okay.
The wind towers aren't beautiful, but either there's an oil and gas field, a coal mine, a power plant. They're all industry. None of them look like the Tetons, and we're all here to make money. On our place, we go back to the bonds. My brother was talking about there's an oil field out there that now there's only 2 operating oil fields. There's another one that the state has to come in and clean up because there wasn't bonds. Today there's bonds on this. This will be cleaned up if it ever goes away. The biggest thing I see is that the private property rights us. We've made an agreement with Anacline Wind. I look around this room, I know one family in here. I've been there for 30 years. I know no one else but the Gerards in this room. No one else, I've never heard of them, I've never seen them. They've never contacted us once to object this project. My granddad once said, there's nothing better than having a ranch that has an oil well for a cow to rub on. Well, we have no mineral rights or no oil wells to rub on them. This here, wind towers, cows will rub on them too. This project will guarantee that these 2 ranches will never end up in this room to be subdivided ever. Period. There is no subdivisions moving north. They're at the end of the line. We own it to the boundaries of these subdivisions, and this project guarantees for the future there will be no subdivisions moving that direction. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Anything? Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor of? Please come forward. Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to, please come forward. State your name and address.
Hi, my name is Becky Schaff. My address is 4565 Cow Pony Trail, 82601. That's in the B.B. Brooks subdivision.
I didn't catch your last name, I'm sorry.
Schaff.
Schaff, okay.
So I am a 5th generation Wyomingite. So it's important to me and my family to preserve some of the things that Wyoming has, like wide open spaces and long range views, which obviously would be in jeopardy if this wind farm project is considered. It's been proven that wind turbines will destroy Wyoming's habitat and Wyoming's landscape. It will affect the property values of the surrounding homes and ranches because no one will want to live in full view of wind turbines. So one thing is the construction of wind turbine projects, they say they create jobs for the local community, but those jobs are temporary and typically done by contractors the turbine manufacturers will bring in outside of the community. So a couple of questions that I would have is I would be curious to know what subsidies the wind farm company plans on applying for from our state or from the government. And would there be any state incentives that they could get or apply for? I know it's common in other states to give exemptions for property taxes to the landowners that have these. Will this be the case here? Personally, I have to file the appropriate paperwork to the county every 3 years for each land parcel I own and raise livestock on to keep my ag status. So I don't think that that would be fair. I would be curious to know that the grid from the energy, if it will be located here, and where the power from the grid will be going, if it's staying here in Wyoming. In my findings, the average life cycle of a wind turbine is 20 years, so I don't think it's worth it. And I'm not in favor of industrializing our Wyoming rural areas. So I urge you to not consider this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Schaaf? Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward. Hello there.
Hello. Gentlemen, my name is Kathleen Gerard, 4000 Horse Ranch Creek Road, Casper, 82601. I wrote you a letter earlier and kind of poured out my passion as a longtime Wyomingite and my family and what Wyoming means to us and what the ranch means to us. But tonight I'd like to just speak to you on some issues regarding these wind projects and what that might mean to us here in Natrona County. We are so busy during this time of year, and I felt like you had time to hear from the company and be meeting with the company and seeing what was happening. And then we had 30 days to answer during our busiest time of the year. So wasn't able to get to the open house to ask questions, but did get the plan from your planning office so that we could see what all is in there. And there's a lot. With everything that I've been reading and trying to learn and trying to dig into here, since this is going to affect so many of our lives, what came to mind was the commercials, the pharmaceutical commercials for a new drug. And you see the beautiful flowers and the children playing in the flowers and the music playing. And then very quietly in the background is a voice telling you what all the side effects might be with this drug. And my concern is that this is moving so fast and that there's so much information in here that's very speculative. It is projected, it is projected, it is projected, and definite concerns are dismissed very easily, such as to say, the science says there are no health issues. Well, there are other people, good scientists, who disagree with that. And right now, with everything that has been exposed in the past year, we've learned a lot about the science and how unreliable that can be sometimes. We've also learned a lot about wind projects, and there are people all over this country, indeed, all over the world, who are starting to tell their stories and who are waking up and who are saying, this is not good. This isn't effective. It's not an effective source of power for the sacrifices that it entails for the people who live near it or for the communities who have to deal with it. And so I would question if you, with all of this information that you've been getting to push for a conditional use permit, have you talked to some of these other communities where the wind farms have been operative? Have you talked to some of those officials who gave a permit for the wind farms? that would be very important, I think, for you to have some of what is dismissedly called sorry, here, anecdotal, senior moment, sorry. Anecdotal stories that are becoming more and more numerous and finally making their way into the papers and the media, so that we're hearing the other side. And people who feel like they've been rushed through and pushed into something that is having devastating effects on communities and the health of the people in those communities. And so I would urge that this be tabled until more study and more information, maybe more guarantees, more proofs of some of the information in the plan. The money sounds wonderful, but is that the promise in the commercial? And have we been watching the commercial with the mute button on? And it might be time to turn the sound up and hear what some of those side effects could be. I thank you for listening to me, and I hope you'll take my suggestions to heart. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Gerard? Yes, Chad.
Will you be able to see these wind towers from your home?
The proposed towers right now, I don't even know that, because where we are, on the north boundary of the North Forgy Ranch there, the black line right above that is the road going into our house and headquarters.
I know where it's at.
And so the way the three that they're showing are going to be behind the shearing pens there. But at that height, I can't imagine that we wouldn't be able to see them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Art. So I heard some generalizations that you're unsure of what this project might bring, just from a general and particularly from a medical or a physical well-being of people. Do you have anything specific that brings you here to?
Well,
are you aware of anything that
I
we need to be aware of?
Those issues that I spoke of that are showing up in research and the anecdotal, I don't have a degree, I'm not a medical doctor, but with what I've read, there are real people across the country who are suffering from what is called wind turbine syndrome. And it's the same syndrome, they show the same symptoms all over the world, wherever they are in close proximity to these turbines. And there are migraine sufferers, there are dizziness, there's depression, some suicides, there's a dizziness. If you look up wind turbine syndrome,
I will. That's
it is a well-known term. And it doesn't affect everybody, but is one too many.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. My name is Deb Rogers. I live at 10075 Osage Road in Homa Hills. Even though these wind turbines, I will not be able to see them out my back door, I am able to see the red flashing lights constantly in the summertime when my windows are open that are over north of Coal Creek. And that's a long ways away. And it's an irritant. Number two, a gentleman once told me that a good deal is a good deal as long as it's good for everyone involved. And so one of the things we look at is the impact on our property taxes and what this is going to do to our homes. If these people decide that they're going to put the wind turbines out there and some of them want to sell their homes later on in life, what are the values going to be? And is somebody going to want to purchase those? Next would be, where's Casper going to build? Are people going to want to build out there with wind turbines? And then we have to look at discrimination. If those homes in the Antelope Hills area, BB Brooks, Homa Hills, if they were million-dollar homes, do you think this wind turbine project would be built out there? I think not. And well, I can hear the smart comments behind me. Do any of these people who are proposing this have a wind turbine in their backyard? So I'm not saying that I'm against it, but I also know that I'm not in favor of it. If we have people that come to our state for tourism, that's what they get to see as they're approaching Casper, is the wind turbines. And I'm sorry, they're not pretty to look at by any means. And these are going to be very, very large turbines, much larger than what's on Coal Creek and what's next to Casper. So those are the things you need to look at. So I'm going to say I'm leaning for, I'm not in favor of them. And none of these people that are here giving you this proposal are from Casper. They don't live here except for their attorney, who's making quite a bit of money from this project, but I don't see any of us making money from this project. And
Did
the
I understand you
projections.
say you were leaning toward?
No, I'm not. I'm leaning against it. I'm not leaning for it.
Okay, gotcha.
The projections that they have given us as far as the revenue, that's exactly what it is. It's a projection. And I don't want you or the county commissioners to see all of this money it's going to generate and not be one of those residents that lives out there. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much. Oh, there was one more thing. I see this map here, but I have no idea where these turbines are. I would like to see a map that says, I understand that Kim and Kevin Forgy have several that are going on their property, which is going to be to the west side of I-25. Like up here. I think there's some here.
Christine, do you guys have such a map that shows where those 52 are?
I mean, that's what I would like to see. I've never seen a map that has them specifically. Well, that doesn't do any of us any good.
So this is I-25 that runs through here. The approximate location is going to be these dots right here. So you're looking at across from Prairie Dog. So on this map here, you're going to be looking up in here.
Okay, so how close is that wind turbine to I-25? I mean, is it that close that you're going to see it up close and personal?
The minimum setback requirement is going to be 1.1 times the turbine height from that boundary.
Okay, so 550 feet. Which is what you have to be to, you can't shoot from the road, you have to be a quarter mile off the road, correct, to shoot an animal? Yes. Okay, you have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Rogers? Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Glenn Januska. I'm the Director of the Casper Airport. I'm here today to ask for your opposition or your recommendation of not supporting the conditional use permit when it goes to the County Commission. I wanted to kind of start off with one comment that Mr. Matthews made. He said that the developer has been open with their plans, and they really have. I think over the years, working with all the people there, they have been very open and with what they're proposing to do from the very beginning. They're good people and like working with them, but we have equally been in opposition, the airport board, to this proposal. And just to give you a real quick time frame, we originally were told that there was going to be 117 wind turbines back in June of 2016, so 5 years ago is when we first started this process, and we were in opposition to it then. We were told about 3 Met towers in November of 2016. The airport board was in opposition to the Met towers. We objected to an additional Met tower in 2019, and most recently, FAA study of 57 turbines in April of 2020. So we've been consistent, and I wanted to bring up that time frame because if you look at what has happened, there's been a lot of work, there's been a lot of time and effort that you can see that's been put into this proposal. And it may seem difficult at this time to say, with all this work that's been put in place, it may be difficult to say this is not the right thing to do. And that's exactly what we would ask you to do. The equivalent of what they're talking about doing is putting 52 42-story building structures. If you can imagine a 42-story building about 10 miles away from the airport. The approach end for the primary runway, off of the primary runway, so if you extend that, that's what we're talking about. The airport has been here for more than 80 years. The airport's not going to move. The primary runway is not going to move. The only thing that can move at this point is the location of the wind turbines. Because with a $200 million development, once they get constructed, they're not going to move. One thing that Ms. Michael did say is there was approval from the FAA. And approval is a little, I'm going to take a little exception with the word approval. The FAA does not approve wind turbines. The FAA will do an airspace study and they will make a determination of a hazard or a non-hazard. And they made a determination that there's a non-hazard with these wind turbines. If the FAA had the last decision when it came to the height of structures, our approval, your approval for this wouldn't be, it wouldn't even come into play. The FAA will say that they'll make a determination that if a pilot is flying an instrument approach and doing everything that they need to do under instrument conditions, non-visual conditions, that these will not pose a problem. What the developer cannot tell you is that pilots always fly exactly where they're supposed to be. They're always on course. They won't tell you that a pilot never loses an engine on a multi-engine aircraft. They won't tell you about the aircraft performance, whether somebody who's picking up some ice is going to have a problem maintaining altitude. So if everything happens and pilots do exactly what they're supposed to do on an instrument condition, this isn't a problem. But the reality is that's not what happens. The FAA will not tell you, and the developer will not tell you, that there's no chance that a pilot in an aircraft coming into the airport under these type of aircraft, or what will happen in the future as technology changes with aircraft, as commercial pilots, as airlines change their technology, the airlines can come in with procedures and say, if we lose an engine, we're not going to be able to fly into Casper because of the location of these. And they can't tell you that that's not going to happen. They can't tell you that's not what the decision of the airlines are going to be today. So you have a $200 million proposal, you have over $200 million invested into a facility. And Mr. Matthews also said that the decision of this conditional use permit should look at the general welfare of the county. The airport serves the county. The airport is a county-owned facility. In fact, the airport serves half of the state of Wyoming. It flies it from a commercial standpoint, supports it from commercial, it supports it from recreational, it supports it from business. We have multiple air flights, medical flights that fly in and out of the airport. We use the airport for aircraft rescue firefighting. We use it for wildland fires. The airport is an asset. And what we're talking about doing is after millions of dollars that's invested into this facility, and a facility that's been there for 80 years that can't move, we're talking about putting something in place that could pose a safety issue. I take exception with the finding of fact where it says that the granting the CUP, there's no anticipated detrimental effects to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. We've been in opposition to this for 5 years. There is safety concerns for the welfare and safety of the people who are using the airport. And we would ask again that this, when you look at this, that you consider those factors, the factor of what's been invested in the airport, what the airport serves. One other thing real quick from a pilot standpoint, pilots that fly in under non-instrument conditions, visual conditions, are supposed to see these and avoid them. So again, you have student pilots, you have people who are flying into the airport who are not familiar with the airport. 10.7 nautical miles may seem like a long distance. If you're driving in a car, it may be. If you're talking about the aircraft approach speeds, decisions happen relatively quick. You get to that point where these wind turbines are going to be relatively quick. And that's not a lot of margin of error for a pilot that's not where they're supposed to be. This is a safety concern. I hope that if you make the decision, if this is something that goes forward, I'm hoping that we're not going to have issues with this, but you're talking about something that can change the safety of the airport and the utility of the airport, facility that the county owns and has been supported for 80 years. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Januska?
I just have a question. So where would the approach to the runway be on that map? I mean, and is it 10 miles from where the project description is, or is it 10 miles to the actual wind turbine? Because I'm just trying to visualize, like, is there specific turbines that create problems, or is it the whole project, or is it?
There are turbines that are closer to the center line that would be more of an issue. I kind of find it, I know for people sitting in the back, it's hard when you don't have a map that actually shows where the turbines are up for everybody to be able to see them. So you don't have the airport and you don't have the wind turbines in here. So even for the people who are looking at this and looking at it right now, I can't even point out you can't even see what the impact is going to be because you don't have a map that shows it. We're happy. Christine said that the turbines have moved back periodically. Maybe over a period of time, it'll be 15 miles and 25 miles and 35 miles. We appreciate the fact that we're not talking about 117 at this point. We also don't know if at 52 that we'll be talking about some additional turbines in the future in addition to those 52.
So I have a follow-up question. I have similar questions to Mr. Mitchell. So the FAA, however you understand it, they say it's fine, 42 stories, whatever. How close is, I mean, you're here to tell us scrap the whole $200 million project. Are there windmills that would it be acceptable? I mean, could you just do away with part of them, or do you want them all to go away?
The further away they are from it, it's like everything is relative from an airport standpoint. You can put a 1,000-foot structure at the end of the runway in a 990-foot hole. It's not even the height of the structure, it's the height of the structure in relationship to the end of the elevation for a runway. So you could have a 500-foot structure that basically goes into the grading and so forth. So just depending upon what the elevation. So it's hard to be able to answer the question, but in a general rule is the further away from the center line of the runway extended, the better off that we are, the less impact that this could have, because that's in essence where pilots are pretty much flying. They're coming into the approach straight in and they're going out straight out.
So I'm wondering if the windmills in Evansville are acceptable, the ones that are there already.
Those are far enough away so you're not talking about something that's off the approach end for the runway.
Plus I believe they're only 300 feet.
Asking about scrapping this, we would have hoped that this would have been scrapped 5 years ago when we originally talked about the opposition, that this is not something that's compatible with the airport. And in fact, that the airport board is not in opposition to the wind farm or wind development. What the board has been consistent from 5 years ago, and we would have hoped at that point that there could have been a decision that we wanted to be able to shift to someplace else, that's close to the wind transmission lines. I couldn't see the little green thing that talked about where the areas could be. I heard that, BLM land and so forth is hard to be permitted. Well, that might be hard to be permitted, but that may have been a better location that we're talking about from the airport standpoint. Airport's not going to move. The runway is not going to move.
I guess I have in my mind Cheyenne with the airport right in the middle of town and all that stuff going on.
If you remember, Cheyenne had, when American Airlines was talking about service, and they were talking about Allegiant service, they had issues with trees. I think it's Washington Park, and because if an aircraft lost an engine, they'll be able to clear those trees. And they were talking about clearing trees in the park. So, Cheyenne is probably not the poster child of what you want to look at and say this is a good example of compatible land use development around an airport.
I guess I'm thinking, if you looked at probably quite a few metrics, they'd say shut down the airport in Cheyenne, just because of the urbanization around the thing. And we're talking about, lack of a better term, we're out in the boonies here.
You're exactly right. We have not had a noise complaint in 15 years that I've been here. The noise issues that we get are, while that was really cool, when they hear the military aircraft, we're kind of out, and we're the benefit to that is you don't have incompatible land uses around the airport. So from that standpoint, it's nice. You don't have noise issues. You don't have low-flying aircraft over people's homes and so forth. We're fortunate to be in this situation. Cheyenne would probably not be the poster child of what you want. If I'm teaching an airport planning class, which I do, they would be the example of probably what you would not want to do because they failed to do some protection that they probably should have done. The FAA gives the local jurisdictions the decision on compatible land use and so forth. They are not the be-all, end-all when it comes to, if they said that there was a determination of hazard and you allowed the development to go forward, the FAA would not come in there and say, you have to remove those turbines. All they would do is change the instrument procedures they have no ability other than to say hazard or no hazard, but they make the decision for whether or not a proposed development is going to go forward based upon local zoning and local control.
I appreciate why you're here. If Cheyenne had done what you're doing right now 40 years ago, they might not have the situation that they have now.
Right.
So I understand where you're coming from. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Januska?
Does your landing pad runway line up in that direction?
Yes.
Because they come over my house at 8, that FedEx plane comes over my house at 8 o'clock and it'll rattle the windows sometimes. And it's that angle.
Is that a noise complaint?
No.
Okay.
It's once a day, big deal. It's not like St. Paul, Minneapolis or something.
Yeah, our primary runway 321, which is oriented, if you take at a 0, 30, and 210 degrees, if you look at a compass, that's in essence how the runways it's oriented.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward.
Hello, my name's Scott Ames. I live at 3703 Frontier Street, which is Casper, in BB Brooks. So in regards to, as I like to call it, an eyesore, I understand where they're coming from, but again, and don't hold this against me, my wife and I actually moved out here from Massachusetts, or as we like to call it, Taxachusetts. And there's been a number of occurrences there or projects, wind projects that have been built. One, in fact, if you want to look at some of the detriments, if you will, where the project was actually built, kind of pushed through by the city, the town of Falmouth, Massachusetts. You might want to look that up. They pushed it through. They were using it to power their septic treatment plant facility. There was a housing development nearby, as a matter of fact. They got no input whatsoever from the homeowners, rather. And as time went on, there was all kinds of issues. And those are only like 300 some odd feet, maybe. Nothing compared to what we're talking here. We're talking huge out here. And again, a huge eyesore. My wife and I came out here for the wide open plains and all that. I mean, from our house, we can see, as we call it, the red light district down there in the Cold Creek area in Evansville. And just the idea of having that right up the street from us, if you will, needless to say, we're not happy. Another thing I asked, I went to the presentation at the county extension office there, and I asked about the flicker effect. Does anybody here know or understand what the flicker effect is? Picture, if you will, your house is here, and the sun is there, and in between there, you've got a almost 600-foot and a 550-foot wind tower, a wind turbine. Every time that blade comes around, and again, I'm east of there, the sun is in the west, and in between is your turbine. And every time that blade comes by, you get a flicker. And if that doesn't affect, such as Mrs. Gerard had mentioned before, there are definitely, it doesn't affect everybody, but I started, this was not in the town that I lived in. I lived over in Sandwich. But over in Falmouth, I actually drove over the area, and it's like, you might as well call me from Missouri, show me. So I was in there, I just wanted to see. And a woman saw me out front and came out and greeted me, and she said, oh, come here, So I went inside her house, and I'm not saying that this would happen here. This was older technology as well, but she had pictures and all on her wall, and they were vibrating from the sound waves, if you will, from the turbines. Again, these were much closer than what they're talking here, but there are issues that need to be addressed or looked into in regards to that. The previous gentleman that was here speaking in regards to the aircraft, we have out on BB Brooks quite often, we'll have the flight training schools fly out there due to the fact that, I mean, there's no, it's lower elevations that they're dealing with. There's hardly any residents out there, which we like. And in regards to the 500 some odd individuals or families, rather, that will contact property owners, a good majority of them out on BB Brooks, there's a lot of property out there. They're owned by people, but there's no homes out there. So at this point in time, the reason why you probably didn't get much of a response, or they didn't, was due to the fact that, yeah, there's property owners out there, but they don't live there. Now, there's a number of us that live out on the ranch. And, we didn't sign up for, like as far as the airport goes, I mean, back on the Cape where I lived, we were a short distance from the airport. Well, we certainly wouldn't complain about the airport because that was there long before we were. But this is new. And like I said, it's an eyesore and something that we didn't sign up for. We would rather not see. But and we are newcomers to Wyoming. We were tired of the politics and the taxes and everything else back east, and that's why we moved here. And we absolutely love it here, but we would rather not see, and let me put this emphatically, I am not in favor of the windmills, the wind turbines, nor the lights or anything else. And I think it'll be a detriment to anybody that lives in the area, and I don't see where this is going to be improving our property values, that's for sure. Although on the other hand, the county, I'm sure, is looking at big tax dollars coming their way, so, but put me in the I'm not in favor of this category, if you will, so that's all I have to say.
Questions for Mr. Ames? Thank you, sir.
You're
Welcome to Wyoming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi. My name is Kathy Carr. I live at 16212 Maverick Drive. I am about 1.5 sections away from where these turbines are going to be put in. I live with my husband. We bought our property over 10 years ago. My husband has a traumatic brain injury. I have looked into the studies of the medical effects that these turbines will have. They cause anxiety, sleep deprivation, depression. There's vibrations. My husband has this traumatic brain injury. He suffered a frontal and temporal lobe on his right side injury. This is going to be a serious issue for me. My husband doesn't sleep without medications. My husband is up at all hours of the night. If there's noise, the dogs bark, he's out of bed. It's not something that we want. We are close. We are within a mile and a half of these turbines. There will be shadow flickers. There will be lights. There will be noise, a lot of noise. You may have one turbine that does 0.4 decibels, but add 52 of them. Put 52 of them out there spinning at the same time. You're going to hear them. They are going to make noise in our homes. They are going to vibrate our homes. The road out there is atrocious. Not our road, but the county road. That road is not maintained. I've driven that road 10 years, 52 weeks a year, 6 days a week, in the winter and in the summer. It is not a good road. There's no shoulder. You add all these trucks for construction. You add all the traffic for the workers. You're going to cause a problem. We do not want these turbines in our neighborhood. I understand that it's the future coming, but as a homeowner, it's too close. I believe that these turbines should not be within anyone's home at least 5 miles. And the main question I have for all of you, would you want these in your neighborhood? Would you want these in your home? Would you want the noise and everything that's associated with them in your neighborhood? Because that's what you're going to do to us. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Carr? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
I got me a bunch of scribble on a piece of paper. But it seems like this is all about the money, you know? Yeah, not the landscape. And I gotta go.
Name and address, please.
Pardon?
Name and address, please.
David Rowe, 2485 Cheyenne Trail. I gotta go home and check on my dogs, but I got a bunch of scribble on here, and it might not be spelled good, but I want you to look at it.
If you want
And I've
to,
been sitting a long time.
if you want to go to the podium and tell us all about it. that
No,
would-
I gotta get home and see my dogs.
Oh, you're in a big hurry.
Yeah, I got old dogs and it's hot out.
Okay.
Yeah. So just go through it, there's some on the other side, and I don't think Governor Gordon would approve it either. So have a good night, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grow. So I'll give it my best effort.
You try to figure it out?
Wyoming hang ourselves with power that's halfway done. It's an eyesore.
And they're made in California. Who's gonna put them up? California?
They can't get rid of them when they break, and they don't work half the time. Can't believe our governor. You're welcome to come read this. Can't believe our government is letting this happen. Look at Shirley Basin and Medicine Bow. We have migrating birds through the area. Governor of Michigan is head of the Energy Democrat. I'm not even going to read that. California built. All right. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Good evening.
Good evening. I won't throw any paper at you. My name is Greg Gerard. I live at 4000 Horse Ranch Creek Road. I do stand in opposition of these windmills. Several times it's come up $200 million project. That's a lot of money. That's a big deal. But at what cost? You know, we've looked through this thing. I've got a million different notes here, and I'll try and be speedy, but I'm going to start off with the city landfill. We've had a little bit of time. We've had 30 days to look through this to get prepared and come and visit with you guys. So I'm no expert from MIT. But I can tell you one thing about a windmill. I've stood in front of one with a herd of sheep and a herd of cows several times, and they've all been begging for a drop of water if it had spin. I know they've done studies on wind and that maybe it'll meet their criteria, but that wind doesn't blow all the time. And anyone that's ever tried to depend on a windmill for water usually had kind of a dry pond most of the time. I was thinking about this as I read the paper the other day. My daughter, one time when she was little, she came up to me and she said, "Dad, I want a new iPhone." It's like the iPhone 9 at that time. So, well, what do you want an iPhone 9 for? Well, it's the coolest thing and everybody's got it. All right, well, how much is it? Well, it's $1,000. Well, we'll think about this for a little bit. So after the little girl's looking at me in the tears she got an iPhone. Well, wouldn't you know, about a month later, they released the iPhone 12. That's kind of where we're at with this. That's where I feel we're at with these windmills. I just opened the paper the other day. This is supposed to be the newest and coolest technology that they've got, and they're trying to push it, whether it works or not. And now we see that we may be getting a nuclear plant, which will generate some jobs. From what I can understand, I haven't had much time to research it either, but it is coal friendly. It's not affecting our oil and our gas. My wife reminded me the other day, she found why we have the number 1 on our license plates for Natrona County. Back in the early 1900s, according to the article that she told us, it was because we were the number 1 for energy in the state of Wyoming, for our natural resources, for oil, gas, coal. Things like that. That's pretty huge. They talk about bringing in jobs and full-time positions. Well, I know I've got friends that work in this field, and most of them are out of state. They come in, they've got a pretty short timeline. They're going to knock this out pretty quick, so we're not really employing a lot of our own people. And according to their own numbers, we're going to have a whole whopping 4.5 full-time positions, compared to 16 to 18 that's on one drilling rig for one shift. Another one of the things that, and my dad, Roy Gerard, had said, and this is the truth, this I just can't really get past, is if you take a man and he shoots a golden eagle or any kind of eagle for carrying off a lamb, they'll pick him up and they'll carry him way up in the sky and they'll drop him and eat him. And sheep aren't worth much right now anyway. If that man were to shoot that bird, they'd stick him so far back in jail that they'd have to shoot peas to him. I mean, that's the truth. So why is it now it's okay to have this happen? Some of the things that, one of the things that they had right on the very first page was, if we don't build it, someone in another county, and if Wyoming doesn't want it, someone in Utah will. I would pray that they wouldn't build it someplace else. Because these, from everything that I'm understanding, they don't work. Some of the letters and things that you received, I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to look through all that, but there was a lot of information that Kathleen Gerard, my mom, had submitted, and some of the questions that you'd asked about the health issues and some of the other things, all that, there's a lot of information there, and I'm sure you guys probably didn't have a chance to get through all that. But it's there. I would really ask you to consider taking the time, if you haven't, look all that over, make sure, I mean, this is a big deal. This is affecting a lot of people. As far as our community outreach, I'd like to close with this. You know, as our neighbors are saying that we never reached out to them as neighbors. We don't have anything against our neighbors. Our neighbors aren't trying to build this. This isn't their project. So as far as community outreach goes, the one thing I see that this project is going to do is it's going to cause a lot of division. And you can see it in this room. With that being said, I think that's about all I've got for you right now. I do appreciate your time. And if anything, if you could take the time to read that material, possibly even table this for now and come back to it later. I appreciate your time. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions? I have one.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned city landfill. What was,
The city landfill, they're burying, they're burying the wind turbine blades.
okay, I thought that was some impact on your property or something.
Nope. As far as the wind turbine blades, and then when we'd spoke with some people, they weren't, during the wintertime, they had stopped hauling them in. Right now, they are bringing them back in. And I would ask you to go out and look at that.
Okay.
That's a sight to see. Now I do realize that Annie Klein, or whatever this project, has put in their proposal that, well, we're working with a concrete company, but that's technology that's down the road. That's not, there's no guarantees. The one guarantee they do say is that Cynthia Langston with the city of Casper says, hey, yeah, you can bring them and put them in our landfill. And I mark my word, I'll be at a city council meeting to ask why that is. Last I heard, we didn't have enough room for our own trash for the city. Granted, that's not you guys' problem, your county. But anything else for me?
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? So there's at least two more.
Be able to speak. But I tell you, you know,
Name and address, please.
this turbine deal has really got me upset because
Name and address, please.
Roy Gerard, Box 580, Casper. This turbine deal has really got me upset because we've got two neighbors there, Forgy and Owens, and they've really been good neighbors. We've helped one another. We've done everything. In fact, Forgy's is really special to me. But when it comes to these turbines, that has to go out, and we're going to be enemies over this if you guys pass that. Because I boarded them all the way along that road. And I tell you, in 1988, I was broke flatter than hell, and today I have 143,000 acres that I don't know a damn penny on. So what I've got with my hands. And Jim Owens said that we never did call him. Well, I'll tell you, we're not going to call them and tell them they're crazy. Christ. I mean, hell, they know damn well they're crazy or they wouldn't be trying for it. And these damn turbines, you know damn good and well, they kill wildlife. They kill damn birds by the thousands. And you guys had on the screen, there's only 14 people that signed up. I wouldn't sign up either with this battery of damned attorneys here. Hell no, you sign your signature and they'll be suing you or something. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard.
You'll call me out. You get an oil royalty check?
So do you.
Hey, guys, let's keep to the task here.
We don't.
You're not kidding me, boys. You come there 30 years ago. I've been there 60 years. I've doubled the size of my outfit. What the hell are you talking about?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Ladies. My name's Steve Crone. We own lot 29, 53, and 52 in Antelope Hills, the most northern property, right on the border of what everything they're gonna go. We still haven't got a map of exactly where the stuff goes. We never even heard of the first meeting. Okay, so we're kind of in the blind and just, oh, here it is. Okay? discussed with all of the people I know from Wyoming. Everybody I talk to, they're against them. It's unsightly. It erases the grandeur and the scenic value of Wyomingites. The dust from the construction. This was from people out Cold Creek. Okay? You can't recycle them. They go right into our landfill. You know, one of the things for the health and safety of the public, right? Where's the landfill? 150 yards away, 200 yards away from the North Platte River. Everybody downriver, where's that going? That's going into their water supply. Correct? When it it doesn't biodegrade, it's fiberglass. I worked in that industry. It's around for 65, 70 years. When you make it, it's styrene gas, which is hard on the ozone. So we're making stuff that eats up the ozone to protect, to go green, to go against it's backwards. It makes no sense. Displaces the wildlife. I mean, we're all here for Wyoming. One of my questions is, can you hunt around these things? If you can't hunt, I don't want them there. I'm a hunter. This is what I grew up doing. Oh, the Indian paintbrush. And they can all attest. Everything out there is Indian paintbrush. That's our state flower. Now we're going to drive roads, cut new roads, destroy all our state flowers. I can't go dig one up, right? But they can make new roads right across them. High winds cause damage. When doesn't the wind blow 60 mile an hour plus here? The noise pollution, it's been said. I'm still weighing. Does the lifespan of it outweigh the cost and what we're going to make? Now I'm all for them paving roads out there, because as it is right now, the rezoning of my land from agriculture to rural residential has devalued my property. There's no water. The roads are bumpy. Okay? Just out of curiosity, I said wind turbines into Google. It says, wind turbines generate electromagnetic waves in the form of poor power quality, dirty electricity, and my glasses are about, and form a ground current. All power goes to ground. First day electric class. There is adverse effects for those who are electrically hypersensitive. I guess that means me, because I'm just positive. Like I said, I'm all for developing and bettering Wyoming. I was born right here. But if we're going to fill up our dump with a non-biodegradable fiberglass, I tried to get some of that fiberglass to recycle it. They told me, oh, no, it's got to go to the dump. If we can't recycle it, I'm out. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Isla Kaiser, 1744 Fremont Avenue, Casper, Wyoming, 82604. My husband and I bought property at the end of Ormsby Road, approximately 4 years. We've been 3 years in the process of building our dream log home, and our are kind of disheartened to hear about the potential of this wind farm going in north of us. I don't know my facts for certain, but I understand that the lifespan of the blades never generate enough electricity to actually pay for the cost of them. And then they're going to end up in the Casper graveyard. I was a little shocked when my sister, who lives in Alaska, referred to Casper as the wind turbine graveyard. And so I hate to have Casper's good name associated with that. I see a lot of times that those wind turbines, the Coal Creek area, are locked down. They're not turning, they're not generating. On days when the wind should, I would think, be acceptable, it's not too strong, and there is a breeze, but they've been locked down a lot lately. I understand that this is a really good deal for those landowners who will have the land that the turbines will be put on. But for those 3 or 4 landowners, that's a great deal, not so much for the rest of us. I've read or seen a few articles on Facebook about the helical wind generators that they have done in the Scandinavian countries. Not so much of an eyesore, not so much of a height issue for airports and whatnot, but you're not seeing any companies dealing into these, which seem to be a much more economical green system than the big wind turbines that we're talking about. And the other thing is, for the bond that they've put up for reclaiming the area in the event that this goes away, it's my understanding that all of the cement for the bases for these does stay in the ground. I'm really not in favor of this, and I appreciate you having the time to listen to me.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Any questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Hello.
Hi, my name is Amber Dykes, 2638 Frontier Street. I also live out on BB Brooks. So from my house, I would be able to see them. My husband and I both are Wyoming Knights. We were born and raised. So we like our open spaces, our views. That's one reason why we moved out on BB Brooks, is because it was just an open space. You know, you could see the mountain and everything else. Also, another thing that I'm concerned about too is there's not one day that I'll go out of our house and not see an eagle. So that's a big concern out there, is the eagles, you know, getting hit. And so I'm definitely not in favor of having my view from Wyoming be taken away. That's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions for Ms. Dykes? I have a question for Christine. Oh, I was just going to ask, follow up. What do you do for birds? What do you do for raptors? And do you have guys with?
I think Ken would probably be best.
Yeah, we have our wildlife biologist on the phone. Chairman, if you don't mind, our wildlife biologist is on the phone. If he can hear us, he might be able to answer.
Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name's Kenton Taylor. I'm a wildlife biologist with WES. And so, you know, we've been coordinating with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we'll study avian activity at the site for a 2-year period following U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidance, wind energy guidelines, as well as the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's guidance for conducting wildlife studies at projects. The project has already conducted 3 years of raptor nest surveys and used that to incorporate into their planning to avoid and minimize impacts to raptors. Does that help? Or
Yeah, so just in
answer
operation, what do you do with 52 wind turbines, and what do you do in practice
Sure.
to minimize conflict?
Yep, and so we'll study the impact and evaluate, impacts to birds and bats and other wildlife, and there's a technical advisory committee that's established with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the project and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and depending on, the level of impact that's identified and any concerns that might be expressed, we discuss options for, next steps for additional avoidance and minimization.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Carol Hockey, 17764 Maverick, on the very north end of Antelope Hills, and I will see these turbines from my house, from my back door, from my front door, from all the ways. I am not in favor of this industrial wind farm for several reasons and urge you to vote no. I've had only 4 weeks to give myself a crash course in the wind turbine industry, while you've had at least 4 years of planning before you even decided to tell us about it. I've done mountains of research, went to the meet and greet, and I sent you a letter with 20 line items of reasons this industrial park is a bad idea. For tonight, with limited time, I focus on 3. I hope you will examine each one with your own personal research. Number 1, wind energy is not efficient. Wind blows least when energy is needed most, during dark and cold. This requires backup generators, usually powered by natural gas, resulting in a net increase in total fossil fuel used for the privilege of having wind turbines. See Bentech's study of Xcel Energy, Colorado. And no one around these parts gets financially excited over heating their homes with electricity, whether it comes from a gas plant or a wind turbine. Number 2, bad timing and bad finance. With the price of building materials increasing every day, it is likely the project will go over budget. The project would not even be feasible but for the tax incentives, government favors, and energy credits, and now it's going to cost even more. That means we the people are paying, being forced to pay, to line the pockets of people in California for a project that will hurt us. And number 3, they are too dangerous, too close, and too many. They fall over, lose their blades, leak fossil fuel and gear oil, and catch fire. Fire in the North Prairie. Have you thought about this? Did you see what the landfill fire did to the Coal Creek area? And that was totally a surprise event. Turbine fires are known and anticipated to the point where the developers have offered fire training to our local firefighters. But there is no fighting a turbine fire. All firefighters can do is watch it burn and hope it doesn't get out of hand. But when those sparks hit the prairie grass, you can say goodbye to Antelope Hills and Homa Hills and BB Brooks and my home and my neighbors' homes because fire engines cannot get there in time. They've already allowed us how they cannot build a turbine within 2 miles of an eagle's nest due to EPA regulations. What about our human nests? I mean, I realize humans are not an endangered species, but don't we deserve at least 2 miles also? 10 miles would be even better. These turbines are just too close to humans. If they wanted to build a 1/4 mile east of Centennial Hills, you would say, no, we must protect our property values. If they wanted to build turbines on the mountain, you would say, no, we must protect our mountain. If they wanted to build out west, you would say, no, we must protect our reservoirs. So what are we up north? Chopped liver? Not deserving protection of our property values and our view sheds and our health as required by the Constitution of the state of Wyoming? We will be infected by these industrial energy plants. There is no way the residents to the east of I-25 will not experience shadow figures as they attempt to watch the beautiful Wyoming sun set in the west through dozens of spinning blades. The blades make noise, and the entire structure makes noise. Real audible sound that is irritating on a good day and causes sleepless nights. And infrared sound be normal hearing that makes one feel like an earthquake is imminent. You would not want to live in such conditions, and neither do we. I realize that developers want their government subsidies, and the county hopes to fatten their coffers, and the few landowners want their royalty checks. But this wind farm, as proposed, is not the right way to do it. One developer told me directly at the meet and greet they have no intention of changing any turbine locations. Therefore, I urge you to vote no tonight and then examine, research for yourself all around all the bad things that can happen and continue to vote no for this project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I practiced a lot, and I still cried.
You did fine. Questions? Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed at 9:33. So, Planning and Zoning Commission, we've heard a lot of information here tonight. Open for discussion.
I guess it'd be useful for me to see where the approach end of the runway is and see how close it comes to some of those turbines up there, just to see this, potential safety issues.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Masterson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I don't mean to be out of order, but I heard a question related to the airport. We do have our aviation expert here if the body has questions.
You know what,
about that.
I skipped a part here, and that is to have you guys do the rebuttal. So, yes, please.
Is that?
Yes.
We'll try to be.
You're in order, thank you.
I'll try to be very sensitive about the hour and how much time we've taken. Just so it's very, very clear to everyone, the permitting that you're being asked to do is for an area. There is a proposed turbine layout, which we're required to do, which we should do. But as this goes through the permitting process with the Board of County Commissioners, the Industrial Siting Council, as the studies that you've heard about work their way through, those will change. I shouldn't say will, they can change based on things like the avian issues that you were talking about. Because one of the biggest ways to handle those is to avoid areas where there are raptors and migratory birds. And by doing these 3-4 years of studies of where those birds are, they're able to move turbines to avoid those conflicts. So that's the biggest way that's done. But just so it's clear, on the record, the turbine layouts that you have are not set in stone. I can't say they will change because I don't know, but it is highly likely that you will see them move around to a certain degree within that block that you're being asked to permit. Growth boundaries was a question I thought that came up that I thought was an excellent question. I think Commissioner Gutierrez may have a better idea than I do of this, but it's my understanding that if you look at page 43 of the Natrona County Development Plan, you will see the growth boundaries, and I'll defer to his expertise, which is greater than mine, for the growth boundaries, and I think we are well north of the anticipated growth boundaries. Let's see, I would like to see, with your permission, one other comment. I understand the concerns about the city landfill, and there was a front page piece in the paper about the city landfill and wind turbines. The individuals at the landfill and with the city indicated it wasn't a problem. They had plenty of room. Do I know more? Am I vouching for that? I'm just saying that's the information that's available to us. There are two individuals I think may help you. on two things that continue to come up. One is our expert on noise, who can give you a little bit of discussion about that. I'll ask him to keep it brief. And you have his bio in front of you. And also Chester Franz, who is a commercial pilot, who can give you a little bit of perspective on that. I'm sure they'll both be brief. And I'm hoping that the question about mineral development was answered. If not, we'll revisit that. Okay. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, Luke Saxelby is our noise expert. So I'll ask him to come up and address you for a few minutes.
Great, thank you.
For once, I don't have to raise the microphone much. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Luke Saxelby. I'm principal of Saxelby Acoustics. I have a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. I'm board certified by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering, which most people have probably never heard of. We heard of it tonight. So we do projects all over, all kinds of projects. I do a lot of mining projects, energy, architectural acoustics. So my practice covers kind of a wide variety of projects. I've worked on quite a few wind projects over the years. I've been doing this for about 20 years, so I've probably done a couple thousand megawatts of wind projects. I think it would be helpful to understand noise regulation in the United States. I believe there was a question about, why doesn't the federal government have a standard for this? As far as the federal government is concerned, there's really no overriding regulation on wind energy. The federal government regulates a few things like traffic noise in airports and things like that, but it really goes down to the local planning level to set what are allowable limits for noise. And in this case, and it's pretty common, throughout the United States, a lot of jurisdictions don't really have specific standards for assessing wind turbine noise. And so what I've done in my practice and a lot of other consultants is we look at, there's expert panels that have been convened to look at what are other countries doing, what are they doing in Europe? What does the science say? What are some industry guidelines that should be implemented? And so I was happy that the gentleman from Massachusetts came up to talk about his experience in Massachusetts, because the Falmouth Wind project that he mentioned was the catalyst for a lot of the research that came out of Massachusetts by the Department of Environmental Protection there. And they have studied wind turbine noise extensively. And so I have used their expert panel's recommendations in looking at these wind turbine siting projects, just because there usually isn't good local regulation of things like shadow flicker and infrasound and things like that. So my studies have looked at what the expert panels have concluded, and these expert panels include doctors, they include other noise engineers, academic people who looked at issues that have come up tonight that people have mentioned regarding wind turbine syndrome and infrasound. These things sound kind of scary, right? These panels have looked at all of these peer-reviewed studies. They've all concluded that noise from wind turbines, especially infrasound and low-frequency sound that you can't hear but maybe you can feel, is not a concern beyond a couple hundred meters, so maybe 600 feet, even less than that, maybe even 100 meters. The levels of low-frequency sound, so something that might shake a building or kind of cause a sensation in your chest, you're not hearing it but you're perceiving it, these do not extend to long distances. And there's been study after study that they've gone out and measured this, and within just a few hundred feet, the levels are not perceptible. Now the issue with wind turbines, because there is reason for concern, it really is audible noise. So it's the sound of the blades moving through the air that is an airborne sound, just like noise from a highway or some other, a drill rig, right? This is all noise that falls within the audible human range. And in rural areas that tend to be quiet at night, if we site turbines too close, then yeah, you're going to get perceptible noise, and it could be too loud. So what I've done in my study is looked at the industry guidelines for acceptable noise exposure in these kinds of settings where you have rural, sparsely populated areas. And the recommended standard for that is 42 dBA, 42 to 44 dBA. And we're at 40 right now based on the current siting. So we have looked at that. 40 dB is pretty quiet. And so I feel pretty comfortable that is a reasonable level of noise. We're talking 40 dB at the closest, receptors. As we get further away and we get, beyond, into multiple miles, obviously those levels become even less because sound attenuates the further it travels from the source. And then also, I'll touch briefly on shadow flicker. We also did look at that, and that is, as the one gentleman mentioned, when the blade rotates and the blade passes the line of sight to the sun, you can have a kind of a flicker effect where you get a shadow briefly and it comes and goes. So we've also mapped those exposures relative to the industry, the panel recommended limits, and we've done that and we've given recommendations for that also. So that has been looked at. So that's about as brief as I can be, but if there's more questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions for Mr. Saxelby? What is that 42 to, what is that 40 decibel, what does that relate to, say, downwind of a turbine, distance-wise?
That's probably in the range of 1,200 to 1,500 feet.
Okay.
Somewhere in there, so maybe around a quarter mile.
Okay. What's the closest
further.
dwelling unit to a turbine?
I'm sorry?
What's the closest dwelling unit? What is the closest dwelling unit to a turbine that you have proposed? Here?
I don't know the answer.
Are you guys there yet?
Yeah, they might know the answer to that. We've looked at a preliminary sighting, and I think it's somewhere around a third of a mile, but I would defer to them probably as far as the actual, we're predicting right about 40 dB at the nearest home, and then dropping off below that into the 30s.
Okay. What does 40 decibels relate to? Somebody said a babbling brook.
I mean, 40 decibels is pretty quiet. You and I talking at, say, across a table or, normal conversations, probably 60 to 65 dB. So 40 dB is a pretty quiet, maybe interior of a house at night. No TVs on, no kids screaming or anything, and just kind of some background noise. It's pretty low level.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chester Franz is a commercial airline pilot. I'd ask him to give you just a minute or two of his background and then whatever, and then some comments that he has about the relationship to the airport, if you please.
Welcome, Mr. Franz.
Hello, my name's Chester France, 8140 Top of the World Drive, Cottonwood Heights, Utah, 84121. I've flown, I'm the aviation expert, so I've flown DC-9s, MD-88s, 727s, 737s, 757s, 767s, and some regionals and a lot of small airplanes. So I've been flying for a while, 30 years. So our airplanes, is this wind turbine compatible with airplanes? Absolutely it is. I heard the 40-story thing. So you fly into JFK, about 10 miles away is Manhattan Island. There's skyscrapers there that go up to about 1,800 feet. So anyway, 10 miles away, 1,800 feet versus less than 1,000. So that gives you an idea. These obstacles are common. I flew out of Salt Lake today. Within 5 miles of the airport, there's a mountain. There's the mountain that rises, and about 5 miles away, it's probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the field, above the airport. 10 miles away, it's about 5,000 feet. Airliners are completely capable of handling this without losing any passengers. So anyway, so that's what I want to say about that. If the airline, regional jet, or otherwise, to climb 1,000 feet, if they lose an engine, that process takes about 4 miles. That's a requirement. That's a minimum number that they need to do to get certified. So the turbines are 10.7 miles away. So that's what I wanted to say about that. If you can't hold altitude, you're going to have other problems eventually. So the Scully thing, he couldn't hold altitude. So if you have a serious event that you're not able to hold altitude and clear the turbines, you're going to crash. So that's just, if you can't hold altitude, you can't make a runway. That's just how it works. So that's what I wanted to say on those two things. I think that's all I have. Do you have any questions for me? I'd say about 50, I fly in these airports, I've been looking for these. I'd say it's about half have issues, have this set up where within 10 miles of the airport, you have obstacles 8,000, 9,000 feet. It's very common.
Thank you, Mr. Franz.
You're welcome.
Mr. Masterson, do you have any?
Chairman.
Yes.
One of the questions I think you had asked repeatedly, and I apologize for not being able to answer the question immediately, was the distance between the nearest turbine to the nearest residence. I've looked at that a couple of times, and it looks like it's about 2,200 feet, but I'd be happy to get back to you all with more certainty, but based on the map and the tools that way I have before me, that's what I see is 2,200 feet from the residence, not from the property line, which might be a little bit shorter, but not much.
I, for one, have to say that I'm just imagining a drone noise going on in proximity to my house. I mean, I've heard that several times, and you guys have as well. I would think that maximizing that so that it's not so close to the limit, 40 decibels versus 42 to 44, I heard was a range. I wouldn't want to be the guy in the house that was hearing that drone when I hear that these windmills can be moved. I would think that needs to be high on your list of things to address as far as moving a windmill, is to maximize distance and in particular maximize dampening of the noise so that these people don't have to live with that if that's what the board here chooses to do.
Right, so it's 0.4 miles from the nearest turbine. The decibel level is 40. The standard in the United States, as Luke described, was 42 to 44 is normal. He could speak to the vibrations that you're talking. I don't know if he clearly answered that. I'm sure he could come up if you're still wanting to learn more.
No, I'm just thinking that needs to be maximized, because in the back of my head, I'm thinking there's a lot of wide open space out there. And why would you have to subject someone to unwanted noise when you potentially have extra room to move?
Thank you.
That's my personal feeling.
Thank you.
Mr. Masterson, you have anything else for rebuttal?
No, we do not, and we thank you for your endurance and your patience.
Thank you. All right. Planning and Zoning Commission, any discussion? And a motion would be entertained as well, if that's on your mind.
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer some discussion, not a motion at this point. When I look at the zoning resolution, and I see there's essentially 4 key items that an applicant has to prove. One of them being granting the conditional use will not contribute to an overburden of county services. So we heard from the airport and we heard from their experts. The one that weighs heavy on my heart is granting the conditional use will not impair the use of adjacent property or alter the character of the neighborhood. And there's the last one, granting the conditional use permit will not detrimentally affect the public health, safety, and welfare, and nullify the intent of the land use plan or this resolution. So for me, that's what I always have to go back to, those four key items and try try to weigh it against it. It's a tough topic. We all want electricity. We all want to turn the switch on and have light. We might have to weigh it against those 4 items, for me. That's what I would offer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I guess my discussion would be that there's probably some areas of that property where perhaps the wind turbines would be less objectionable. Some of the ones that are right up next to the highway that are close to the, and when you were saying about moving them to locations, the question is there opposition just to the wind turbine in general, or are there certain areas that are more objectionable than others, in which case there may be a movement towards a more middle ground where either, and I kind of wonders, if I walked out in my backyard and I saw this, 600-foot wind turbine that was only a quarter mile away, and I kind of wonder whether you can push those back or either put shorter wind turbines in for the people that have to go out and see that. Because I think ultimately you got a lot of people here who are upset about it, and you're trying to sit there and figure out how to put this in with creating the least amount of divisions in the community, because you don't want to have people in neighboring areas kind of getting into kind of a Hatfield-McCoy type thing where people are arguing back and forth. So I think it's trying to move towards something where there's some middle ground and there's some movement kind of in both directions where something like this doesn't create huge divisions. Those are comments. I'm not sure if I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. Chad?
I'll make a motion. I move that based on our conditional use stats that Jason just read off and the information received tonight, that we do a do not pass on CUP 21-001 wind energy conservation system.
We have a motion?
I would second that motion for a vote.
I guess I'll make a comment. I heard many people say that they don't want these things in your backyard. I live far away from this, and I don't want them in my backyard either. I feel we as a community of Casper and Wyoming, we're caught in the crux of a dilemma that's not just Wyoming, but it's worldwide. The wind turbines seem to be a favored way to get us our electricity, and just so happens that we're in Wyoming where the wind blows all the time, it seems. So, I don't want it in my backyard either, but it is something that seems to be the way of just our humanity. So, yes, there are financial implications. I guess I will mention, as far as a discussion point, mention was made that the Antelope Hills Road, I'm not sure what it's called, it's real bumpy now, and I heard you say distinctly.
Antelope Hills, so this wind tower project does not go down any county roads.
Okay, let me finish. So, I heard the offer that, yes, we will take care of this particular road for construction. I heard you say that. But this project's going to go on for years and years. Is there anything you can offer to take care of it on a regular basis instead of just leaving it in 2024 when the project's up and running?
Chairman, members of the commission, I would propose that any time that we're out blading the roads of the project, we could do the same for the neighboring community, whenever that would be. So when we have blades and trucks that are blading our own roads, we would do that for the neighboring community.
Okay. Thank you.
I just have a point of clarification. So if we vote not to approve it, does it still go up to the Board of County Commissioners, and then can they reverse that?
This is just our recommendation to them, and it's going to them anyway. So I guess I'm not sure where I fit in as chairman as far as voting, but if I were to vote, I will say my vote would be in favor of. But we have a motion. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. So, any other discussion? So the motion, I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
Is there any way that they could get it farther away from more inhabited areas? Is there any way to get those turbines farther away? And I understand it's all private property where they're going. Can you guys push that back?
Oh, we have been looking at that since the open house, where we heard some of the members who spoke here tonight. And there are the turbines that are closest to Antelope Hills, where given the setbacks, because we have setbacks on the west side of the property as well as we do on the east side, so we could move some of those turbines about a third of a mile to the west. So you would take a third plus 0.4, so 0.3 plus 0.4, and you're 3/4 of a mile.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Masterson, you have a comment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think that I just, as we pointed out, this is the first step in the process. And as the project evolves, things will shift. Turbines will shift based on wildlife studies, noise studies, input from neighbors. This is not their last chance to weigh in and to contribute to the discussion and tell us what's best. So I just, in the context of what you were talking about moving turbines, I guess I'm underscoring it yet again, that this is an ongoing evolutionary process. So my apologies for
No, thank you.
being
Thank you for the
redundant there.
clarification.
I'm willing to amend my motion to state in there that not to pass it the way it is written up and drawn up currently. I guess
Okay.
meaning that it can be revised and changed and move the turbine somewhere else. Because the way it's mapped, it makes it look like this is the way it's going to be.
So I guess I'm confused by the motion then, because it's a big project, 20-something thousand acres, 52 turbines that can be moved. We're hearing from place to place. It just, in my mind, it seems like it's too big a motion to then have, just to say it's, I mean, in particular, what do you wish to change? Is it just the location of the turbines?
Whether they move them, yeah, whether they move their turbines north or south. I know it won't work going south, but if they move them, different location altogether, you know?
Again, I apologize again, Mr. Chairman, and I'll look to the counties for some help, but again, it's my understanding, what we're permitting is the area of the project, and we need to give you some idea of where the turbines would be located. So we have come up with a turbine layout that we believe, is logical at this point in time, because we have to. So And I'm looking for you for help desperately, for you to clarify that, because, yeah.
If Jason will withdraw his second, I'll withdraw my motion and give a whole nother motion. But Jason has to withdraw his second.
I'm interfering, Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to. I'm looking, I guess, for some help on exactly what you are okaying. I'm not sure you're exactly permitting the specific placement of these turbines.
Okay, so if you're withdrawing your motion,
Jason will have to withdraw his second.
Jason could withdraw it and then make his own motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Your second,
My second, excuse me.
yes.
I move that we do not pass CUP 21-001, a wind energy conservation system at all.
I would second that motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm call for the question. Okay, so just so that we understand, the motion made is to deny the conditional use permit 21-001, outright deny. So all in favor of denying the application signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So raise your hand so I make sure I got them right. Okay. And all those opposed would be me.
So the motion, you have to say so the motion passed.
I'm sorry, the motion did pass.
Right.
4 for, 1 against.
Right, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I know it's late, but we need findings of the reasons why the board, the commission denied.
Good point, thank you.
Based on our conditional use permit, the way Jason read them.
Jason, would you like to take over because you had the original?
Mr. Chairman, from my point of view, I would say that it was altering the character of the neighborhood. And so I didn't see where had got past the point of altering the character of the neighborhood. Overburdening of county services, and we had Mr. Januska offered testimony from the airport. I see the county airport as a county entity. You know, there could be some, if there was any other board member, you could talk about public health, safety, and welfare. But for me, primarily, it was character of the neighborhood. Me personally, not speaking for the entire board, but me personally.
Fair enough.
I agree with that because that's the way it's written in the conditional use permit.
Any other justification for no vote?
I think the thing that's difficult is there's no state regulations that state how far they have to be from the house and how far they have to be, and so it's hard to make a determination as to how close those should be. And it'd make it a lot easier if there were regulations that affected, we could just match it up and say, yeah, it complies or it doesn't comply, or how the height is. But now they may be moved, maybe they're going to be in a different location. It'd be useful to sit there and know where they are, and that people, and I don't know whether that is something that's generated, as the project goes forward, or does the Board of County Commissioners approve that, or how all that works. But I think that's the problem I have, is that, we have no guidelines as to how close they should be to houses, how high should they be, what it really constitutes a interference with, when somebody walks out in their backyard and they see a, 600-foot turbine. And I think if we had those kind of guidelines, it would make it a lot easier to sit there and prove something like this. But it's, I don't know, it's just hard.
Thank you. Any other comments? Charmaine, does that meet your needs?
Yes, that'll be the findings for the recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. All right. We are at the public comment part of our meeting. That's at 10:05. So anyone have anything for the good of the order? Public comment wise? Seeing none?
You need to tell when this goes before the commissioners? When does this go before the commissioners?
July 6th.
Meeting closed. Or actually, I should need a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Meeting over.